go, let's go. Let us go with low energy videos. Close, but no cigar. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos, where I am your host, Videos Energy Low himself. I was going to stream it a little later, it's true. Actually, I was going to stream it around about half 11, and it is just going on 8 right now. My reasoning is very simple. This chair hurts, and I don't want to feel as much pain anymore. So I've got wine. I had a pint before coming over. That I knocked back. I've just wolfed down some potato bread, and we have Dragon Age 2 again, which I'm surprised I did straight away. But quite honestly, I've been watching some lore videos on Dragon Age 2. So yeah, yeah, it's on my brain. It's on my brain pan. Bop, bop. It's got everything all lined up. I'm gonna stream for as long as the wine holds out. It's that simple. Afterwards, I'm going to go to lay down, hopefully for a nap, so I can get my sleep started to be fixed up. So I'm not fast asleep on Wednesday when I have things to do and people to chill with. So, beyond that, game. But as always, it is blocking my access to the chat. So let's crush that in and expand this out. Try it again. All right, I'll take that. In fact, it's stupid to do that otherwise. There, there. Everything's all nicely lined. My big TV has OBS shadow, and my small screen has game. Looking at right here, just in case you were wondering what the hell was going on. Going on as we are returning to Dragon Age 2, which we just kind of started. Wasn't really a much of an opening playthrough, but we got the gist of it. Good. Now we got our characters. This dude walking back and forth on an endless loop. Awesome.
Hightown is so grand compared to Lothering.
Okay.
It's hard to think we might have lived here.
Where are we going? How should I know? Do I look like the leader of this merry band of misfits?
Oh, ha 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 ha. That's funny. All right. So interestingly enough, when you have your icon over when you have your cursor over the character in question, if you hit this trigger, it goes to them. When you have it over and you hit this trigger,
Hightown is so grand compared to
they
Lothering.
talk.
It's hard to think we might have lived here.
But I don't know.
Ah, Hightown, where the rich go to piss their money away. This really is the best place in Kirkwall.
All right. Now, first things first. The most important thing of all, wine. Ugh, the shit wine. I always have to resort to the shit wine. I don't have to, but you know, I wasn't planning this. That's for sure. You're playing Scrim, good old Scrim. I tried to play Scrim earlier, and apparently the script extender needs updating. It's like, ah, played a Fortress of Iron 4 instead. And then I'll get. All right, there's a lot to do here. Worthy, Massachusetts, Sebastian. Oh, good old Sebastian. We have to start with the most dislikable character ever, even though he is voiced by the original Paul Atreides. Dean.
Hey, France.
Yorick?
It's a joke. Joke.
Welcome, merchant.
Not here to sell today, Guardsman. My ship is late.
The background audio doesn't seem to be full. It should be way more crowded.
Nothing to see here.
So Sebastian, yeah. Market.
More for elven refugees.
Eh. How do you actually know? Like what separates? They have the exact same
Taffy?
accent.
Taffy, here go.
Taffy, Taffy, here, girl. Oh, poor Taffy.
Sebastian, stop this madness.
Okay,
The Chantry cannot condone revenge, Sebastian.
It
okay.
is my right, my duty, to show these assassins there is nowhere in the free marches.
Jai Halud.
This is murder.
No. What happened to my family was murder.
Murder. Good. I've got one or two mods installed, but they're all aesthetic, new sets of armor and the like. Also, your junk is now worth a lot more, which means I shouldn't have sold all that shit before saving. A grave crime was committed against all free thinking men and women of free marches. The ruling Vale family of Starkhaven, my family, was brutally murdered down to the youngest babe in the arm. Massacre, if you can't do the accent, I'm not gonna do the accent. Massacre was carried out by members of the Flint Mercenary Company. I sound like a dairy girl. They hereby offer a bounty on the head of each Flint country soldier to current work. Okay, a little bit of blood for the blood god time. Mark as active quest. Search Kirkwall docks at night for Flint Company mercenaries. Go to Sundermount to find Flint Company mercenaries. Go to Wounded Coast. My active quest. Many like it, but right now this is going to. It's one you can do at any time,
First the haberdasher,
which means
then the grocer.
it's money. Sweet, sweet. Speaking of, we got a stream goal. If anyone wants to donate at any time during the night, I'd really appreciate that. I want to get it shared. It doesn't make me have to resort to alcohol to take the pain away. Also, after this is done, I'm gonna start saving up for the trip to America.
You don't seem to like your brother very much.
And here I thought it took blood magic to read minds.
I had a twin brother, Carver. He used to nail my braid to the bed while I was sleeping. I never thought I'd miss him this much.
Sorry about your brother. Hey, you want mine? I got a spare.
Oh, first, Rose can leave enemies Victoria. Yep. Wait, why am I going down to talk to
Good
Aveline?
luck getting in. I've been waiting all day.
Bob.
Messiah,
I like the
please.
tunics they all wear. It's all very
Who are
smooth.
you to talk to me like that?
They copy a lot of the costumes right out of this for Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age 1 has a little hints here and there of
The
what the characters
Viscount
look
must be
like.
terribly busy.
This is where like the
I've
style
been
of
waiting most of the day.
the Theodason, is that the term? I don't know. Oh, it is. God, look at that frame rate as they walk. What the fuck?
The Viscount must be terribly busy. I've been waiting most of the day.
Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day.
No, you've entered a. There's
Aveline.
Hello, Hawk.
That's it.
What? Oh, right. Sorry. It feels like we just talked.
even though it's
I've been
being
keeping an eye
technically.
on you. Information is one of the few perks of this job. Watch out for Bartrand. He's a son of a bitch.
Um, little nod to the fact that if you're playing the game just straight into the storyline, you would have just talked. So
You know I don't like it when you have people watch me.
Saved me camping on your doorstep. After what we went through to get here, well, you're no child, but I take care of my friends.
oh,
The places they have me patrolling, I've got time.
A person in your position seems like they might learn some profitable things.
You know better than to ask that.
One day you'll be frustrated enough to go for it.
It's like I'm sitting on my hands. There are dangerous people in this city. In fact, I might have a job for you. Let me know if you want to do a favor for Kirkwall. Otherwise, I'm here if you need me. Maker knows I could use more satisfying work.
Seems like Kirkwall suits you.
It has been a challenge. Lots of opportunity, if you're the type the locals want.
Are you?
If you argue enough, you kind of convince yourself.
It's been a year settling in. Are you all right?
You don't need to coddle me. I am where I am. How close I hold my memories is my own business.
oh. So Wesley was on par with a wet noodle. So
This must be a very different pace from serving King Caleb.
I love that life. But there's a new king for a new Ferelden.
uh,
Seems cocksure, but I guess he was there when the Archdemon fell. Can't fault an active hand. It's just one more change, though. The real end for me was Ostagar. You and Carver must have felt something similar.
well,
I don't know
Carver
if
did.
that's right to say. I barely knew him.
We didn't talk about it. Yeah, how did you have a chance to talk about it? You, I think between the fall of Ostagar and Carver dying would be the course of a day. You'd still be waking up in the Kukari Wilds with Morgan fondling you and dabbing oil over your body.
Death on that scale certainly has a finality to it.
Sometimes I wonder.
The Blight is over. You could go back to Lothering.
That wasn't home for me. It was just where the Horde pressed us. It wasn't the first village I saw fall. But you don't get used to people losing everything.
That
It's not how I wanted to say goodbye. I'll say that.
You can't go home again. That's supposed to be about maturity. It's not the same if you don't have the option.
right? You could never go home again. Technically, I can't. The place I called home is now living a different family in a different world. So, yeah, this is. You know? I don't know if anyone else feels like that after your first time. Is it a home or is it a place where you're staying? Because I've never been really that strapped to a location. I'm more strapped to an idea that I don't have to wear trench. Actually, that's a major factor. If I can find a place where I don't around. And close as can be to it's pretty goddamn big. Got myself a bit of load beard right here. Playing with the beard, I'm like, it's alright. Miss, we didn't put this on our beard. See, the closest thing I have to a beard routine. Anyone who wants to grow a beard like this always asks, "What's your routine?" Now I just say I put a bit of cocoa butter into it from Gillette, the ones that you probably seen ads for on YouTube. Well, it does smell nice. It's very subtle. That's one thing with man stuff I noticed. It's not overpowering. It's not sex cloud. Flares the nostrils. I'm not going to lie. It smells like pure gasoline. Oh, Anchorman. I haven't watched Anchorman in years. I stopped watching Moon Knight. The latest thing I watched of anything. I'm also gonna put my feet in this bucket of water I still have here. I switched it out. Oh, oh, this is gonna be chilly. This is gonna be chilly. This is gonna be. Woo! Woo! Chill. Woo! Woo! Chilly, 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 chilly. But helps with the humidity, especially as the evening time comes in. Ooh. Mm. What? That is for everyone. Yeah. What's the job?
All right, Aveline. You have something worth doing.
My patrols may be empty walks in the dark, but there's something big coming up, and I could use you.
Yeah, it's the end of the first
An
act.
ambush, probably for a caravan, although I can't find any shipments that match up. Doesn't matter though. Highwaymen waiting for someone to rob. I'm putting a stop to it, my district or not.
You have a name or anything else to go on?
Not important. If we show up and they attack, they're bad. Simple as that. I'll wager it's smugglers though. Like I said, seems like an obvious trap for a caravan.
Well, scoot a little closer bit on the screen. Hope you enjoyed the slightly longer than normal episode of Bearded Ramblings. Brandar can never do that for two reasons. Number one, his voice cuts out after a while, so he has to ration it for both Bearded Ramblings and his own show. Also, his headphones as well seem to go off far more than mine. Mine go off every like 2 or 3 days because they're new. Um, his only takes about 2 hours. His I think I can't imagine sitting as long as it does. Feel good any better than him than me. No, I enjoyed Luna's company. Uh, uh, so is Elf King to the newer people. They are absolutely welcome at any point in time. And yeah, don't know who we're getting this Friday though. I've been very been scratching my head. I put the feelers out. No word back yet from any of the people I asked. Bit annoying, but I've got a big pool of other people. Ooh, you ordered pizza? Nice. What did you get?
I'm no guard, Aveline.
There's only so many of us. Temporary recruits are expected time to time, as long as they're competent. You still claim to be competent, right?
Seems like you'd want to share this with your fellow guards.
I will, if you sit on your hands. I'll send my alerts, and someone else will lead a patrol. But there's profit and influence to be had. You're my friend, so I'm offering.
You've been nosing around outside your commission.
I have contacts, and they're complaining about a lack of meat. Thugs and such. Someone is hiring. And one or two were told to prepare for travelers. You want to be good at this job? You pay attention to what's missing, and when people arrange escape routes.
All right, Aveline. I'll play guard for you.
I knew I could count on you. They're hidden up Sundermount, remote and rough, but we can make good time with a shortcut this side. And no, you can't run off and do it without me. I trust you, but I have to be there. You're acting on behalf of the Guard.
She always wants to be the best guard. No way around it.
Fine day, Sarah.
The guards suck. Cried that I, or Viscount, grant the authority of law and civil enforcement upon the guardsmen of independent Kirkwall. No more will we defer to the will of foreign troops or draw a holy order on the task of fulfilling of the mandate. These proud men and women will be the people and will be of the people and will enforce the laws elected for civil and orderly society. Should the spectre of invasion return, the noble guards will conscript from the population. For who better to amass the people's will than the constables of law? God, their inspector. This is a great day, fair Kirkwall, for I am honored to appoint the first guard captain. Long may he serve. Will a free people. That's how. That's how the first guard got.
Strangely, this is the best place in the city for working shell games and changing forged coins.
Say that right next to Avali. Hi guys, I'm literally just abusing your privacy. Do they live here or do they not get to go? I guess it is a bar. What's going on here? Oh, that beard oil. I'm curious what
Please keep it quiet, Sirrah. The Viscount mustn't be disturbed.
yeah,
How much longer do I have to wait?
The Viscount must be terribly busy.
curious what
I've been waiting most of the day.
graphic
How much longer do I
cover.
have to wait?
I think it would. Ooh, look at that swag. Every woman here has fucking childbearing
Good day,
hips that are
Sarah.
so quick. Population figures must be through the roof. We all know their figures are through the roof. Oh, 50 years. That's how long it took the 50 years. That's how long it took the Imperium to drive out the Quinari occupation. The rest of Northern Thedas was not okay. Both divides, white and black, declared exalted marches. Only time since the season of the Chantry they worked together. Century-long resulted of the giant Quinari entrenched in an even fame. All pigs thrown on I just scroll down. Where the links go? War drained the resources of Asian nations. Indeed, most spring flat. The giant did not appear to be damaged their armada or the loss of their soldiers, but the terrible toll upon the Romanian population that prompted their retreat. With the third new exalted march, and all but massacred the people of Montpellier, receiving shipments on the occupation, the giants quickly withdrew. The treaty put an official end on to sign a politically neutral island of here, off the southern coast of Ravine. 150 years after the assault in began, Nari left Austria. They received the Northern Archipelago exchange hostilities against all nations before, only to Winter refused to sign. More continues to rage with years present. Worth noting, the kingdom of Ravane immediately violated twice. Once when the humans of Northern Ravane, nearly all practitioners were doomed, therefore protected not, refused to leave their homes and exile the island. The Ravane champion just forces able to convert its people back to the worship of the Maker tribe, urged by the sword, slaughter countless unarmed people, perished across the fortunate mystery, leader of Puntar, her allies, still be now. That's Oh, box! Chest. Standard. Eric, you do this. I'm silly.
Not likely.
Okay. Guess I'm not very smart. Actually, there is one plus of having your codex updated. It gives you a tiny, used to anyway, give you a tiny boost in XP. Look how dwarfs run. Those little arms, like, if I'm right, that's the Viscount's office. So, oh, here's the seneschal.
The office of the Viscount is not open to the public, especially recent arrivals not actually part of the public.
Fuck you.
How much longer do I have to wait?
On the plus side, though, he is aware of who I am.
Good luck getting in. I've been waiting all day.
You can switch out your parts there. We can afford it. Okay, so here we go by day, by night, or by right. Go to the wounded coast, do the duty. The hoot. I do love the art style of this. Very jagged, built into the rock sort of art. Always preferred that over.
Ferelden and the guard. What will they think of next?
You have a problem with that?
Me? My family's not native either. I'm just surprised. A lot of old prejudice in the guard.
I'll give them plenty of reason to change their minds.
You know, it's possible they're just scared shitless of you. That's my theory, anyway.
So glitter dust, glitter dust. How? Let's see what voice should I do. Glitter dust is the powerful form of rock found along the wounded coast. Glitter dust is a powdered form of rock found along the wounded coast. When explorers brought the sparkling rock from the pits of three monsters, it became immediately popular among the wealthy ladies, who crushed it and applied it power to their faces. Added brightness and luster skin, however, soon paled in comparison to developing rash. It's like lead. As it turned out, glitter dust is dangerous if ingested or inhaled. It's also extremely flammable, as several ladies discovered after powdering hair while standing next to a candle. Unfortunately, this resulted in a dozen deaths by strangulation. Burn it all! These days, glitter dust is used sparingly, only by experienced alchemists, the most common form. Volatile glitter dust. If gathered from caves where dark forms well, the rock produces a powder known as tainted glitter dust. Oh. I saw the sun. I saw the sun. There's a bunch of Quinari. I'm gonna fucking kill them. But technically they're Talshara. Talvachar. What's this? Awesome. Dagger I found. An old country saying, spindleweed grows best. Bird and spindleweed, household garden, often brought neighbors' offerings to the lady. You should not even ask him what might be wrong, or if imagine if and read recovery of the infirm. A person who grows much character that may be ill. Huh, okay. So if you have weed, does that mean that by default you're gonna fight some people? Okay. Set on yourself. Don't, die. Vidic. Activate speed. Rug. Alright, we killed a bunch of mercs. Sure would have had to be stealth. Throughout this game, I'm like, look at all these wasted potential. I like that in Witcher 2, when you have the fight with Gwyn, you can actually convince some of their mercenaries to change sides as well, but also because your numbers are already pretty low as it is.
Don't suppose I could give that a shot?
I guess it's worth a.
We're good to go.
Yay! Mm. Na, my back is in pain. Oh! Thing with alcohol, it just takes your mind off stuff. It doesn't take the pain. Unfortunately, opioids are probably the best way to you know, opioids. So maybe avoid if at all possible. Elfroot, fuck spoilers. Elfroot was first used by the elves of Ireland. Its name. Root gave their medicinal effect. The Imperium conquered the elves and managed to adopt popular spread to all the empire. There's a achievement, if I'm right, that you can discover every single route in game. And to say that's hard is a fucking understatement. You have to change the whole plot just to get one or two extra areas. It's hardly large green leaves that grow wild in many places. So common that it tends to show up in most gardens and fields. Weed. Unlike a weed, however, most people appreciate have access to wonderful plant. Well, actually, have a weed. Okay. Root of it can be used very little preparation. Rubbing some of the wound, for example, will speed up healing. Chewing a slice of it, minor help digestion, flatulence, and hoarse throat. Now, there are several variants, but most useful are bitter, gossamer, and the royal milk. I wish there were more stuff wildlife that wouldn't like Nirnroot. When you get it in the game, Skyrim and in Oblivion, Nirnroot is poison until you know what the fuck you're doing. Once you know what you're doing with it, it can give you like incredibly useful skills. Plus, it makes that beautiful
I can't do that.
bark. That at the sound of the soundtrack. Has a sort of African vibe that makes me think of all things the plains outside of Rabanastre in Final Fantasy 12. That sort of tribal drums, the bow. I do like how the world of Thedas is like ours, subtly different. More of shot. Without trying, um I always try to end uh, Iron Bull in Inquisition by turning him into a Talon shot because I don't trust Quinari. They're, as one of the guys said, they're Islamic war. But the one time I was curious, what happens if you convince them to be at peace? During the Trespasser DLC, he turns on you and you have to kill him. And I was like, oh fuck! And it was a hard fight. I turned him into like my rage machine. It was not easy. Oh fuck me! Um, that was not good. Everyone, break out the healing. Uh, heal. Oh shit, he's already healed. Uh, activate the heroic aura. Maybe have to use them inventory. He's only got stamina. Fuck. You know what? Fuck it. Give him the stamina until things cool. You just have physical damage. Okay. Hey, look! Oh shit! It's one of the mods. Didn't even know that was there. 29 attack. Oh shit! Vow of the Proud Hood, the Pride Hood. 29 attack, 7 defense, 2 armor, not great. 93 cold resist, 2% magical. Enemy will drop better equipment, and it scales with Vow of the Pride Vested. 37 attack, 5 armor, 5 health regeneration rate, 5 mana, 232 here? Fuck yeah. I think this is meant to be an armor set for a mage, but fuck it, I'm going to chance my arm. I'm going to chance my arm and give it to Hulk here. And see what happens. Come on, game. No! There we go. Stop throwing javelins at me. Or pilum, if you will. Here's the thing though, if I wear this for the rest of the game, I can wear this for the rest of the game. It will just keep getting better and better and better and better. Which will, for starters, save me a shit ton of money. Design, Ruin of Firewall. Hell yeah. So obviously, ruin. Great growth, Ethereum potion. This isn't a game. Was money. Uh, yeah. Okay. Nature calls. BRB. Good thing I won't be. This won't be so bad as when I'm normally drinking beer because what did knock it back. Super quick. Yeah. Oh God. Just sitting back down has put me back in. You know what the worst thing would be is if I get my chair and it's I'm fucked. I'm royally fucked. I don't know how to. I'm gonna have to be a standing streamer. Oh, oh damn, my beard's soft. And my floor is suspended. So I'm gonna stream tonight until, like I said, white up. Then I'm going to. And I'm probably not gonna stream for the sole purpose of this. I don't have the luxury of doing this again. Um, until Wednesday. I have to go back onto the bed or something. That's the Wounded Coast. One of the few roads leading into Kirkwall passes through the dangerous area known as the Wounded Coast. The road winds close to the cliff edge that looms over waters which many precipitous drops to the churning waves below. There are many a local legend involving travelers falling or jumping or being flung from these heights. From the cliffs, the roads lead through jagged hills that line the path like sharpened teeth. Bandits use these hills as cover to ambush caravans. There's more to fear here than bandits, of course. Once one leaves the hills, you come up a maze of sharp canyons, hunting grounds for many a fierce creature. A place of secrets dating back to the golden age of the Winter Imperium, where ancient relics and statues crumble in time. Watch the rock. Here, map time. Map, men, map, men, map, 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 men. I haven't watched a good episode of Map Heads. I know one of them got COVID. He's all right now. Follow him on Twitter, but it kind of put a, you know, a little bit of a more of these chonky daddies.
Done and down.
just get myself a better weapon. We're almost leveled up. You know what that means. You're gonna put more stats into strength. I'm gonna put more stats into strength. Fucking berserker Hulk over here. Nothing is more satisfying in this game than having your first attack give that little armor logo shattered. When that happens, see blow. Hell of a shot, officer. I'm actually surprised the Quinari don't do a bounty on these motherfuckers. God.
The body is round.
The body is round?
Cheers.
Yay! Thank you so much for that $5. That helps me. Every single... And I leveled up! Alright. Every single donation goes, even if it doesn't go directly to the thing in question, because I'm picking up the... Well, not buying the share on Amazon. But there's always something else lined up. And in this case, we are due a gas. Also, I have to get started on the American trip. So every little bit helps. Plus, if I could have, I wouldn't have bought the booze because this is kind of a waste of money. I can afford it, but I, I wish I could have put the money elsewhere. But I can't stream on that bed anymore. I just can't. My arm goes to sleep. I'm not fucking Brett Keane. And I think it looks trashy. Quite honestly, I think it looks very trashy. When I did the weekend stream fast asleep, where else was I going to go? But other than that, so I need to get that shit. It's going to be getting Wednesday. God knows how long it's going to be before we get it actually comes in the mail. This computer was letting it go by. Ugh. But still, do appreciate it. Now, God, cold. Hey, pal. Oh yeah. Seems Gurley is still on board Wednesday, which is great. I also did get a message from. Right, it I as I assumed it wasn't it impersonal. There it is. Um. Now, Scythe. Warrior charges through enemy lines, feeling the combatants along the way. Felon. Feeling. Well, you can do both things. Oh, yeah, give me a death. Now I'm going to cut your head off, but I'm going to keep fondling. Tempting. But is there any other skills? Berserker? Male. Okay. No, Reaver. Reaver is a cost, a net loss sort of benefit sort of thing, because Reavers lose a lot of blood as they fight, but they perform extra strong. It's nothing but pure rage. So if you've got a lot of endurance shit, Pommel Blow now stuns enemy for longer and sends them reeling. Hell yeah! Now let's give our beautiful sister Bethany here, beautiful as in blonde as fuck, but with a large breast region known as a torso. Let's give her a increased magic and give her the title of Pyromancer. Long practice with wielding flame, fire damage, and inflicts, including basic attack and fire staff. Alright, yeah, stronger. I'll give Aveline, as always, the overall idea of strength and constitution. He is our tank. Now as for the skill, what should I do here? Guardian. Oh no, that's unique. Special. Which technically would be unique. So what the fuck am I talking about? Ground pound? No, I'll give her the pommel. Unless they pass a resistance check, then tends to knock people off the ground. All right, we've almost completely mapped out the wounded coast, so let's head back down here. Then let's head down to the next. You never did say what pizza you got there, buddy. I'm curious. Bop. When lady comes over on Wednesday, I think I'm gonna get some baked potatoes, garlic butter. Um, get some maybe some pork chop, some good old fashioned pork chop, some pork chop, or maybe some grilled chicken. Hello. Add no, maybe carrot. I'm not huge. I don't hate baby carrots. Eat? Ooh, especially with the garlic butter. Anyway, get that bottle of wine, and after I'm done with Girl Does Rant, uh, it'll be ladies' turn uh, to be
Do you even know her name, Chef? No?
well
It's
the woman
denial.
I talked to.
She's dead. And you
Oh,
killed her.
these are the elves from. I mentioned this back in the original Dragon Age Origins. These are the elves from um, Zevran's old elven group, and he basically said that after he freed the werewolves, some of the elves have really not taken.
I was a beast then, a werewolf. I did many terrible things. I'm sorry.
Sorry does not bring my mother back.
I was a victim too, Elf. Of Zathrian's vengeance. Stranger, please calm her down.
Did I hear you right? You're a werewolf?
I was one, but no longer. Her Dalish keeper cursed some humans with lycanthropy long ago. The disease spread over the years, but the hero of Ferelden freed us.
I like that storyline. I was surprised I ended up supporting. Let me go.
He was cursed. You can't blame him for that.
You stand up for him? Fine. Then you will die for him.
I think it's a different response for. I think it's a different response uh, for different imported save files. Jeff, right, fine. Good. Yes, look at that stagger. Yeah, because I've talked her down in the past. So what?
It didn't have to come to this. Take this, and thanks.
Yeah, they both give you rewards to this. It didn't have to come to this, but like I can't. What am I gonna do? Reinstall Dragon Age Origins just to get at the save files? I might have even uninstalled all the saves. And you know what else? I didn't even save the I didn't even save the what do you call it? Uh, Awakening DLC. So all the stuff with Anders and Justice having conversations together, which is a hell of a foreshadow. You have them play out that whole thing. At the end of it, they're like, "Yeah, yeah, we're basically treated like trash." And he's like, "That is wrong. It really is. What are you going to do about it?" We'll be right back after these messages. You know, like, um, after these messages. Bursting arrow? You better fucking believe it. After these messages. Alright. M is from Apple, right? There we go. A mildly modern approach. Mildly modern. That Anchor Man on my mind. Well, it really is a modern classic. I don't know why people think that like super bad. Really not. Reno is better. I mean, the Reno movie is better than Super. Everyone. And yeah, you could say both. You like both. Um, I personally love the era of comedies like Dodgeball, Anchorman, Walk Hard, Blades of Glory. I don't like Dodgeball, even though they have Crystal. Yeah, it's fucking believable. Himself, which I'm actually thinking we should play Ripper at some point, just so we can get that one scene. It happens really early on in the game.
There might be some stragglers before the main group. Nothing we can't handle.
Okay, killed it. Always about first kill him right here. Combat. Assassins lurk on the edge of the fight, striking shadows lead the way. Warriors got to spray out those loose form of armor. Yeah, get stuff better west. Broadsword. Also, in my headphones, this music sounds like the Battle of Hoover Dam music. Do 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 do. I actually watched a really cool video a little while ago on the Marxist approach to Fallout. You know a game's good when you know any IP is good when it has a Marxist kind of thing. And of course they go like NCR is best because it's well the best chance for democracy, which will then result in the best chance for like I like how they compared Mr. House to Singapore. That was pretty because the two are really, really, really blood. I've been half tempted to do another New Vegas stream where we do a Mr. House or even a Legion run. Well, like because you all know, I mean, hell, I'm obviously an NCR simp. I have a goddamn flag right here. Like Sierra is annoying. Yeah, what is? And yet she is basically the first. She's one of three characters in the whole game. To really boil it down, there's Cicero, there's Parthenax, and
We're close to the ambush, Hawk. Be ready.
there's her. Every other character is a very sort of fire and forget sort of one line character. A Nazim, get the couch. Oh, what am I saying? Of course. Motherfucker, I am literally a demigod. I think that's one reason why there are so many memorable modded characters, like Inigo. Or fuck it, let's be real here. Sophia, who is definitely a tongue-in-cheek character, but she is a character all the same. She has her whole storyline. Hayden's not too bad. Caden's just Kit Harington. That's all. Like he's Jon Snow, but he's not bad as far as that sort of character goes. Aurel or what's her name? Not Aurel. Ordell isn't too bad either. She's very sort of happy and joyful and playful. Rigmore is cool because she is a kid who whoever had that like remembers what it's like to be like a kid who doesn't quite get shit it is. But here's the thing: all these are modded characters. Indigo might be like Inigo, not Indigo, Inigo. I don't fucking care. Indigo. Um, it might be all like amazingly well written for, but that's it. Caveat. Cicero's great because he's memorable. Rena is something is great again for Skyrim. Parthenax's daddy. It's that voice. It's that voice. Bro.
There's our targets for the Kirkwall Guard!
Ow. The difference in the difference in skill. I mean, Lydia having one line being grumpy when she has to carry your burdens is not character. It is a tongue-in-cheek response to Oblivion of everyone wanting a character
Well
just
equipped
like
for bandits, but dead is dead and the road is clear.
a companion.
Captain Jevon needs to know of this. Back to the barracks for your just reward.
I like her idea of it. It's like a very sort of wholesome. She's very lawful good. You know, law is the law. I don't really look at Dragon Age as like D&D in terms of their alignment. For example, I don't see anyone in my party right now as being anything other than good, including Varric, who I suppose he'd be the furthest one out. He knows some really bad people, but he doesn't do any of the bad stuff himself. He'll always try to stand up for the little guy. Where gold, I might want to point out, wondering. Trap. Mighty blow.
That's a lot of blood.
Well, 4 of them. You know what? Flip or paralysis, anyone? Don't mind if I do! I love how, unless it's a higher difficulty, you can use your own allies as a focal point for your magic attack. So you can basically use your own friend as the like nucleus of fiery explosion. And if, for example, they are a mage, or a warrior who is in the thick of it, around enemies. All right, I need to upgrade Varric's perception or whatever the hell it is because he sucks at being our rogue. It's everything. I think it is. All right. Ugh. Woo! I noticed I'm starting to fall in love more and more with red wine than white wine. I used to hate the afterburn of red wine, but white white wine's kind of lost its luster, and red wine kind of it's becoming this almost hold it. So long as it's a nice. I still think anything with fish and white wine is the way to go.
Good luck
Hell,
getting in.
put a sauce.
I've been waiting all day.
Of course,
Not much room in the barracks, but
when you got some pork and you've got some beef. You want to make a sauce? Red wine is the way to go, and really trash red wine too. You don't need to put the good wine. No, you pour yourself a glass of uh, trash red wine if you want, but better that you pour yourself a glass of good stuff. You need the trash stuff, bottom of the bin, to throw on top of your sauce because you're really going for the fruitiness.
nowhere I'd rather be.
And you throw in some onion, garlic, and obviously a good bit of you drizzle it with olive oil. As it's cooking, in with the stuff, particularly pork. I remember this from the Godfather. You just drizzle it on top while it's cooking, and then boom, it's done. And I remember listening to the director's commentary of it, and sure enough, he was very proud of there. That's the sauce I've been told all my life, and I thought I should always give a good recipe to people. And I've tried it more than once. Get yourself some good sausages and good meat though, because it'll soak it up really tight. It's nothing fancy. It'll set you back the whole meal, meat included, 30. But it's there. Or hell, if it's sausages, you can go way cheap. But it's there. Depending on obviously the ingredients. Better the ingredients. If you get yourself garlic, that garlic cloves, so good. Or the granular stuff I have in there. I've actually got two types of salts that have to be infused with the same granular energy. That way you save on both things. Bullshit. It's not the same. You do it when you're poor
There's
like me.
Jevon's office. Wait while I explain our initiative.
I don't know how they do it where you're from, guardswoman, but I decide the patrols, not you and your whims. You may have been put up for lieutenant in your first year, but I'll have no show-offs in my command. Have I made myself clear? Report to your post before I have you and your Ferelden accomplice jailed.
Well, what a charming fellow.
I don't have to like him, but he could at least listen. Bandits are dead. That's all that should matter.
Of course,
It's
he was
not the
getting a little
first
bit of
time he's
skimming
made
up
me
top.
wonder like this.
Yeah.
Something is very wrong.
Somebody was getting skimmed off the top.
So let's find out whose toes you actually stepped on.
Then we should check the duty roster and see who was supposed to take that route. What have I stepped in this time? Threaten my friends. Not letting that one go, Captain.
Aveline!
They all walk
I
like
owe
they
you
just
for
peed
clearing
their
that
pants.
ambush the other night. Saved me a mess of trouble.
Brennan, that route was yours?
It was. Single patrol. I'd have been dead for sure.
A lone guard isn't much of a patrol.
Shouldn't need to be. That route was clear for weeks. First noise out of it was your big fight. The captain reassigned me after he heard what you did, and I passed the satchel to Donnick for his patrol tonight.
The satchel?
Pay and order assignments. Captain has us run deliveries to the outposts during light duty. It's usually just an updated copy of the
Oh,
roster.
the
satchel for that night was heavy, though. Anyway, thanks again,
the
Aveline.
float?
You're a good one.
What do you call that when you're in
So
the
satchel gets heavy the same day we discover an ambush.
when you've got all the money and you have to go between the different franchises? Claire told me about it. I've known about it from other people. Claire told me about it back when she used to work in Abracadabra. She used to have to go between it. And she used to joke that at any moment she could run off with like $5,000 on some nights.
You're sure you want to pursue this? This is your superior we're talking about.
If a guard has been put at risk, a good captain would want to know why. And if he's not a good captain, I want to know why.
A messy way to pass information, and Brennan already sent it along.
Another guard is walking into the same trap. I can't let that happen. Brennan said Donnick. A good man. Donnick.
I want to have his
I've got
babies.
his
I
route.
mean, something else
A night
entirely.
walk in Lowtown. Let's go make sure his quiet patrol stays that way.
Hope the day is treating you well, Sarah.
How much longer do I have to wait?
Onward.
Always calling and getting rid of idiots. Especially thugs who target the streets just because it's dark.
Yeah, you eventually get a message with stuff that's going forward if you clear out about half what you need to fill out the money for Deep Roads expedition if you coming back here night after night. Sharp highwayman. Oh, come on. Sharp wouldn't turn. Alright, yes, he would have. In the book, he would have. Yeah, I take that back. Come on, Beth. If you don't know who the fuck I'm talking about, go read the Sharp series by Bernard Cornwell. That's some some fucking deep military nerd lore stuff. There's also a TV show
Aren't safe at night.
made it kind
We
of
should do
sexy.
something about that.
We just did. Killed off once bloody who. Sean Bean. That's how I know. Everyone knows him as Ned Starr and the voice over for Civilization and all that. But I know. Oh, and of course, as Martin Septim, the final Septim of official rank, even though technically if Kojima comes back in Skyrim, he would ironically have more of a claim to the throne than anyone else alive. And of course, Uriel the Fifth wasn't killed by the Akhir, rather kept him because he is the heir of Raymond's serial killer. That raises questions. Anyway, none of that matters. Point is, John Bean does the voice he plays Sharp, and it's kind of what made him famous. And there's a whole lot of him standing around, often shirtless, covered in grease, shooting people, and basically being a big old-fashioned imperialist, but with a very northern accent. In the book, he's a Cockney boy. Which it's kind of like the way Jean-Luc Picard is meant to be French, but he's played by an incredibly English person. They actually try to explain that with a throwaway line of how his family is Picard. They immigrated to Britain, and that's how his family always picks up an English accent. But that makes no fucking sense. Okay. Kirkwall, Lowtown. Lowtown, city, massive cauldron, was Kirkwall's first quarter. The district was constructed by slaves who carried the city and carved it out. Carved, carved. Today, Lowtown, labyrinth, shantytowns, corridors, Donald Court, hex, park. Lowtowns, of course, live in hewn of cliff. This John Lee built, bearing scars across black walls. Foundry struck mother, only a cold winter storm feared. Icy wind howling over the mounds of old mine shafts hardly counted. Occasionally, these dark down shafts erupt with gouts of foul air. This was not uncommon to find slums frozen. The walls surrounding Lowtown are the highest to the busiest streets keep up to well keep lead up to Hightown, where the wealthiest Kirkwood perch. When one stands in Lowtown, all walls of Hightown, its glittering gold. Thank you, brother. Still, we met you once in the previous game. Somehow you were the world's greatest traveler. I think that's their version of Marco Polo.
We can't waste time, Hawk. Guardsman Donnick is here somewhere.
We'll find him, and we'll kill anyone who tries to him or us in the process. Statistically, there's only so many bodies in Kirkwall.
We must be getting close to the ambush.
Really?
I'm not losing any time.
The coder. Bump, bump, bump. bum, bum. I gotta tell. Hold on. Oh shit, my bad.
I mean,
Oh, I missed it.
and they came out of nowhere.
Alec Trevelyan. Oh yes.
Too many at once. The
For
captain
England,
said this
James.
route was supposed
No.
to be quiet.
For me.
The seal of the Viscount. Office details. City accounts.
Or the only time he doesn't die
Of thieves.
in Silent
A
Hill.
sacrificial delivery with one of our own. Captain Jevon will answer.
Kind of pissed off at myself. Hi, Pico. Um, I'm kind of pissed off at myself that I skipped the opening because this is like the running romance where she's obsessed with Dominic herself. Which, you know, Dominic is very sort of Edwardian sort of attracted. Um,
Selling out his own. Forget guard captain. This man needs to be in government.
Not now, Hawk. Jevon needs to see how justice works.
why? What
This
I said
goes
was
to the
100%
office of the
true.
Viscount. This will be known. The captain likes his thieves so much. Let's see if they welcome him in prison.
Ah, they're gonna do bad. That is. I'm making put Kool-Aid on. Let's make sure that we have everything. Yeah, I knew there was more. XP is not unlimited in this game. You need to be careful with how you manage it. Same with coins, especially with the Deep Road expedition. Otherwise, the game gives you a way out in the form of taking a loan from some shady people. If I remember right, I only have to do it once. The worst thing is, I was 10 coins short. 10 copper coins short. And to say I was angry was a tad of an understatement. Pop, pop. Uh, old. Long. Gambling's home. No. Like I said before, I can see the complaints about this game. Like literally see it. The aesthetic increasingly becomes gambling out by the day. All right, that's it up to do the duty. Slim Company, that's who I was looking for. That's more of the bastard plot. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Crap. Let's go. Shut up.
Old Shemlin. Your
Gem.
kind are not welcome among the Dalish.
Oh, this is a terrible accent. Okay. So there's a character coming up. I'm gonna say which, and it reminds me of my first girlfriend because she had the exact same type of inflection, a little bit of the accent, which is about 50% Irish and 50% Welsh. I like the Welsh angle, by the way, because of course traditionally, excuse this damn thing is gonna kill me eventually. Um, oh, the um, the original elves, of course, were Welsh back in the day, but also a big deal. Take my jeans off. Fuck it. Um, she had the same haircut. Stands out. I'll be like, there first. Right, back in a sec. Ow, 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 ow. My leg hurts. Ah,
What's a Shemlin?
An elven slur for human.
It means you're not one of the people, and you should leave now.
Who are you people?
We are the last of the Elven.
Keep that in mind, Hawk. Elves you see elsewhere, figments of your imagination.
They have given up their identity to live among Shemlin. They're elven no more.
I was given an amulet for someone named Marathari.
How do you know that name?
Wait, this is the one the Keeper spoke of.
A Shemlin? I thought he'd be an elf.
Enter the camp. Keeper Marathari has been waiting for you.
Cause trouble, and you'll meet our blades, stranger.
I'm just gonna pose here for a few
Marathari.
hours, as you do.
I was told to bring you this amulet.
Andaranati Shan, travelers. Indeed, I am Keeper Marathari. Let me look at you.
Okay.
There is a light in your heart, human. Don't let it go out. You will need it. Tell me how this burden fell to you, child.
I guess she relates to your moral alignment, which to me is here and here. It's the middle road and the upper road because I want to be a good guy but also have a little bit of a wit on me. Because in Dragon Age Origins, I always pictured my character as being sort of we have to stop the blight at any cost. This one's more like isn't life strange? Anyway, let me help you out.
Your guards said you spoke of me. How did you know I was coming?
I listened. To the wind, to the birds, as the hunters do. To my dreams. I watched the stars.
The
There
stars.
is great wisdom to be found all around us, if
I
you
do
know
love
how to listen for
stargazing
it.
around in Ireland. This is one of the
But
few perks of
I
being
was
around
not
here in
certain.
Ireland. Oh, the
Nothing
night
is
sky is
certain.
glorious. The night sky is so glorious. You look up and you can see every northern hemisphere constellation. Perfect one.
Are you the leader of these Dalish? Why did the witch tell me to bring this amulet to you?
I am the keeper of this clan. It is my task to guide my people and to ensure the old ways are not forgotten. As for Asha Bellinar, I am tied to her, just as you are, by a debt that must be repaid.
I actually know who that character is now because I've been watching lore.
Exactly what have
And
I
I
been
don't
carrying
mean
around?
Flemeth.
Is it magic?
It is a promise, child, made by one whose word still has weight. And therefore, it has terrible power. There are few things in this world stronger than a promise kept. Remember that.
A dragon fell from the sky, charred some darkspawn, then asked me to bring you this amulet. No big deal.
You are blessed by luck, then. I will pray that Mithal watches over your path. The amulet must be taken to an altar at the top of the mountain and given a Dalish rite for the departed. Then, return the amulet to me. Do this and your debt will be repaid.
Are you going to teach me this rite for the departed?
I will send my first with you. She will see to it the ritual is done. And when it is complete, I must ask that you take her with you when you go.
Who is your first? First of what?
Your people would call her my apprentice, or heir. Meryl would have taken my place as keeper. But she has chosen a new path. Please, guide her safely from here.
That seems a little odd.
It is her wish, and I must grant it. You will find Meryl waiting for you on the trail just up the mountain. Dareth Shiral.
This mountain is cursed, I swear. 3 days in a row, I've shot at and missed deer.
Maybe it's not the mountain. Maybe it's just you that's cursed, my love.
You always know just what to say to put my mind at ease.
Go up Jesus Christ. Go up
Shemlin. Wonderful. Make your business here quick.
I am Master Island, a crafter for this clan. Forced to stay so close to this Shemlin city, I've seen my share of outsiders pass through our camp. Is there something you needed?
Are you a specialist? What sort of things do you make?
A Dalish crafter does many things. We create weapons, armor, anything our clan has need of.
Really, I can't trade with him?
I don't need anything right now.
Of course.
That's a bit annoying.
Shemlin. Wonderful. Make your business here quick.
Else I can do? No? Okay, I'll just go then. Guess I'll get rid of Aveline. I love the Arafels. We never get to see them in motion. They never move. They're always just stay put. That's the land ships. Drugs! So much drugs! I mean, never mind.
Oh, I didn't hear. You must be the one the keeper told me about. Anathera.
I'm so sorry. I didn't ask your name. Unless... It's not rude to ask a human their name, is it? I'm Meryl, which you probably knew already. I'm rambling, sorry.
Yeah, that's her. My first girlfriend was so much like Meryl. It was crazy. And I met her years later, and I told her that she always reminded me of her, and she's like, "Aw, she's so sweet," but I don't look a thing like her, and I'm like, "You do act like her a bit, and you do have the haircut, you do kind of her, but white.
Why are you leaving the Dalish for Kirkwall?
I have to.
You gotta narrow it down
Let's leave
somehow."
it at that for now, all right?
I get the feeling you're in trouble.
It's not like that. Not exactly, anyway. The Keeper and I have disagreements, but it will sort itself out in time.
I was really impressed when the first time I heard this. It was like, it wasn't just Welsh accent. They actually have someone from fucking Kulak. They have a Kulak accent going on. Um, Kulak accents are only known famously for one group, and that is Colin Farrell. Even though Colin Farrell is not from Kulak, right? He's from Glasnevin or Darndale, which is where Metal Monkey's from, if I remember rightly. Anyway, the point is there's a lot of accents that kind of overlap. I always call it Kulak accent. There's a character that has it.
Did you hear that strange noise?
Oh, I didn't hear anything.
You seem awfully nervous.
I've never met a human before. Dalish mothers frighten their children with stories about you, you know. Not you, personally, of course. I'm sure they don't have any tales about you. Or not scary ones, at least. Not that you're not notable enough to have a story. I'll just shut up now.
Yeah, that's bringing back memories. I'm not going to use Meryl much for my own personal sanity. If it's all the same to the rest of it, I'll use it when she's needed. Although I have romanced her before. I've romanced every single character just to get different endings, different cutscenes.
You'll have to work harder than that to offend me. My name's Hawk.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'm not very experienced with your kind. The Keeper said you came from Ferelden. I spent most of my life there. We only came north a few years ago. Have you been in the Free Marches long? Do you like it here?
I've lived in Kirkwall for a year now. It's a good place to get a fresh start.
Really? I hope you're right. We should go. Your task is for Asher Bellinar. It's not wise to make her wait.
Now that I actually know about the history of Ashbel, it's kind of more interesting for me to actually hear this out.
Do you know the witch who sent me here?
No, not personally. My people tell stories of her, though. You're very lucky. Most people who meet Asher Bellinar wind up in little pieces, hanging from the trees.
Which, if you follow Penny Arcade, um, they did a tie-in comic series for Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2. Not Inquisition, I know. They instead were commissioned by Destiny. Not Destiny, the now borderline right-wing lunatic online, but Destiny as in the really underwhelming successor to Halo, do a series of comics. And they showed Plymouth Origin. It ended up with a bunch of trees. So that's a little callback to that. So is the dog's name in Dragon Age Origins being called Barkspawn. They came up with the idea on the fly, and they liked it so much they threw it in.
I take it you've been expecting me to bring this amulet for some time.
The Keeper brought us here to wait for you.
The Darkspawn Chronicles.
I don't
The
know
dog's
much more than
canon
that.
name, Barkspawn.
I do know that you have Asher Bellinar's amulet, and we must bring it to the altar on the mountaintop. Nothing more.
What do we have to do with the amulet?
It's a funeral of sorts. I'll perform it when we get to the mountaintop. Getting there is the tricky part. Our hunters haven't been able to reach the summit. Dark things are about.
Let's get this over with.
Here we go!
The Keeper didn't mention you were a mage.
All keepers know a bit of old magic. The stories tell us that all Elven once had the gift.
Yep.
But like so many things,
Almost like
It was
someone's
lost.
under the veil or
It's
something.
a keeper's job to
I
remember,
wonder
to
who could have
restore
done
what they
that.
can.
But you wouldn't know them. If you did, it'd be probably equivalent to find out that just time travel. That.
Can't demons possess Dalish mages?
It can happen. And when it does, the clan must hunt and kill their own keeper.
Foreshadowing.
Does the Chantry know about the Dalish mages?
Oh, they know. Keeper Marathari told me that was one of the reasons we never camped too long in one place. They usually won't pursue us if we stay away from the cities and towns and keep moving.
And no one minds having to pick up and move over and over just to protect a few of you?
Why would they mind? Once we've picked over a hunting ground, there's no reason to stay. But my clan is now in more danger, having lost our Hala.
If you go to Kirkwall, you'll be an apostate in a city full of Templars.
I know. But if I don't go to Kirkwall, I'll be alone. A solitary elf is easy prey for anyone. In the city, I can get lost in the crowd.
Please, keep turning skeletons into toads for us.
But I never... Right. Not literally. Happy to help. I've done a little fighting before, but it was always alone. I'll try not to hit anyone. On our side, I mean. I'm babbling again. Let's go.
Babbling, huh? No. Wait. I've got the head that sunk up in.
Can't we talk about
When you're across the... I like the leveling bar at the bottom, but by the end of this game, it's going to be like a drop in the bucket. Like,
So
here we
the
go.
Keeper finally found someone to take you from here.
How ya?
Yes.
Daddy.
Then finish your task quickly, human. We cannot be rid of this one too soon.
Too soon.
I'm sensing a story here.
I have made my choice. And I will save our clan whatever you think.
What's going on here, Meryl?
Nothing. Just ignorance. We should go. I'm sorry. You're not really seeing the Dalish at
I
their best.
slaughtered a bunch of them before I even met you.
We're good people that look out for each other. Just not today, apparently.
Is there anything I can do to help?
It's kind of you to ask. I'm fine.
I'm actually now debating
Even if
whether
my
it
people
should
don't
be.
appreciate my efforts, I must see
Yeah.
this through. Let's go. Ashabella isn't
I
known
mean,
for her
there's
patience.
Isabella, there's her, and there's and I Bastion? No, Sebastian is just great. Ah, spiders. It's only a matter of time, wasn't it? Whether it be Skyrim, this, WoW, there's a spider. The Doom? Oh, Doom I kinda had robot like spiders, so. Come on. Yep. Ooh, the gauntlet. I remember the Fallen, yeah, Armor of the Fallen. It's one of those armor sets you find scattered throughout the game. Oh, Witcher also has spiders as well. Requires 13 Constitution. The band's back house door. What the fuck type of name is that? They explain it, don't they? They give you is it info? No. These give little like story like info. Right. So no, not move to drunk junk. No, no, no. Yeah, I could have sworn they gave you little like stories each one, like little scripts of what they are. Yeah, that was the case. Silverite. Silverite. The luscious white and blue silverite is largely prized by the dwarfs they use in jewelry, rune making, and weapons. But on the surface, it's more commonly used by apothecaries and healers. Since the metal does not rust, many traditions believe it to be proof against poison. There are tales passed down of the people of the Anderfelds and knights returning home after many years of war, only to be struck down by an adder. His wife immediately bound the wound with a medallion of silverite pressed against the bites upon the lying poultice. By morning, the poison had left him, and the knight lived to an old age. I'm very proud of that. I'm thinking of the weird sounding German rap from An American Tale. The rich debutante woman. Oh, waffle! Oh, she needs. This happens to come from there. Wow. Here. There was also the scene where the Irish mayor is ogling her tit. Oh, waffle! Oh. Blah, blah, blah. Ooh, shade. Gonna throw shade across the room because they're bitches. They actually are, they're pretty. Now, Shadow Warrior, if I remember right, are opposite and effective. Mostly by trying to pummel them, but their shield protected it, but caused a massive blow of damage instead. I'm okay with this. And now they're dead. Shadow. That was new for this game. Shades, in fact, I think this whole setup is designed to show you, like, yeah, you're used to,
Want me to take a look at that?
yeah, sure, go for it.
Easy as pop.
Oh, great. Okay, so we're coming close. I think if we sell everything, we'd have about a tenth, a fifth of what we need, which is obviously all the base game DLC stuff. Not the DLC, but the base game stuff is designed to make sure that you don't get a shit ton of money right off the bat. However, I have mods, DLCs, and modded, I think one mod quest. Like this armor set might be worthless, but the story. Uh, yeah, mercenary, longshore, whatever. It's not show its worth. It doesn't show its worth. That's stupid. Fuck. In a game where finances are on par with they were in Fable 3, which, if you remember the mechanic of Fable 3, your coin was a. Yeah. Eventually it was. What are you doing? 5 seconds. Barry. I don't want to be buried by anyone. I do not like. It's been a while since it's not like controls for this game.
I can open the way forward. One moment.
Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull road! As you do.
Failshift, you called something here. Are you insane?
Yes, it was blood magic, but I know what I'm doing. The spirit helped us, didn't it?
The barrier is gone, certainly.
Surely there was a safer way.
Be careful up ahead. Restless things prowl the heights. In the days of Arlathon, the elders came here to sleep. Uthanara, the endless dream they called it. But they don't sleep peacefully anymore.
Aveline gives 5 and Bethany gives 5. That wasn't so like, what the fuck? The thing is, Meryl would have been pissed off, and I have plenty of opportunity to save everyone. Deep mushroom refers to going up the cervix when you cream pipe. Entire group of fungi grow on the ground. Oh. Deep mushroom refers to the entire group of fungi that grows around and came part of the collections can be that people often invest in dark spells. Because of this, the dwarven merchant often recruits entirely for the job and pay them a meager percentage of what their should deserve. The most common variety is purple straight, like moonlight and brimstone, although all of which tend to carry the dark spawn. Wow, and admit this trait often quite deep mushroom, only and experienced herbalists should never consume first adequate cleaning care. Their consumption has been known to cause insanity, severe abnormal cramps, and even death. So yeah, don't eat mushrooms. Alter, arcane horror. Summon a bunch of dead people, fight for it because it's what it will. That does not make a good boss. When it summons a bunch of minions, fight for it. Stresses it out. Hey, that even pulls dagger. Nice. What the hell attack was that? Oh, my bad. Oh. Swamp. Swamp. Okay. By the way, it says here's something that's different from D&D. Dwarfs are meant to be um far more resistant to magic than humans, right? Makes sense. So how does heal work as well? See? All right, we
I think
leveled
it's
up.
safe now. Place the amulet on the altar, and I'll begin the rite.
Attribute. We get up to 30, and then I'm gonna start focusing on my constitution. Um, got a vanguard going on. Control warrior fights, discipline on anger, making every skill count. Attack plus 10, and damage plus 10. But this one leads then into the destroyer, which is a passive. So yeah. Uh, same. Glyph of repulsion. Describe ground with glyph repels opponents, which is great if you're a mage, so long as they know how to fucking use it. 1920 and okay, standard generic fighter. Is there no passive? She passive. Not fine. Give her tremor. AOE attack, which is always welcome. Zeta Danish. You think Danish? Yes, like Danish. Every once in a while, the store up in. All right, so last time Lady spent the night over here, we woke up really early, like just when the store opened, and I was like, I've been up for an hour or two. What would you like me to get you? She was like, so I was like, okay, I'll go and be Danish because what? We wanted a sandwich. I went up and it wasn't open, so I waited a little bit and eventually it opened, and there was nothing ready. It made me feel very sad. Oh, I can give her these. Wesley Shield. Yeah. we'll replace her with this. And the hand axe made out of onyx, which is more likely to break steel. Okay, I guess some of us know how stone works and don't. Heavy elven boots. Not good. Accessories. Ring of the Mana. 4% fire damage and 6 mana stamina. Oh wow, we're at 13 gold now. Barely even our first. Yeah, okay. So we went. Yeah, that includes all the old Danishes. I think she'd have been happy with an old Danish with a nice cup of coffee. I promised her to bring back some cappuccino and the like. Brought back the pre-made stuff, which is not good, but still. Point is, we made a break. Did not get her Danish, and I feel like I let my woman down.
Isalahamin vinanhim dofilas. In usanera
Not go up there that for a very specific pre-made item. Hey babe, mommy in the house.
And here we are.
Under Anatishan Ashabalana.
One of the people. I see. So young and bright. Do you know who I am? Beyond that title.
I know what she's asking beyond that.
I know only a little.
Then stand. The people bend their knee too quickly. So refreshing to see someone who keeps their end of a bargain. I half expected my amulet to end up in a merchant's pocket.
Nice little touch. You could just have sold her off. That would have been the end of it. You'd have still end up with Meryl for on me, but I couldn't sell it.
No one wanted to buy it. Maybe because it had a witch inside.
Just a piece. A small piece. But it was all I needed. A bit of security, should the inevitable occur. And if I know my Morrigan, it already has.
Oh, Morrigan, you sure did fuck me enough to convince me to kill your mother. First of all, Morrigan. It's surprisingly common here, Carl. Actually, it is to a degree. I think it's coming back a little more.
Is that someone I should know?
She's a girl who thinks she knows what is what better than I or anyone. And why not? I raised her to be as she is. I cannot expect her to be less.
I'm not sure whether she's your daughter or your enemy.
Neither is she.
Why did you need me to bring you here?
Because I had an appointment to keep.
He's
And because I
bald.
did not want to
Did
be
it?
followed.
Oh, so
You smuggled me here quite nicely.
I don't understand. Are you some kind of vision?
Must I be in only one place? Bodies are such limiting things. I am but a fragment cast adrift from the whole.
considering how quickly I slaughtered her in my playthrough.
A fragment?
You do not need to understand, child. Know only that you may have saved my life, just as I once saved yours. An even trade, I think.
Does not technically mean even she's not aware if you killed her or not in the original. If that's the case, is there now two Morgans floating around? If so, fucking awesome. I want to see them first fight, then fuck, then fight again.
You have plans, I take it.
Destiny awaits us both, dear boy. We have much to do. Before I go, a word of advice. We stand upon the precipice of change. The world fears the inevitable plummet into the abyss. Watch for that moment, and when it comes, do not hesitate to leap.
The abyss.
It is only when you fall.
God, look at that midriff.
Fly.
Cheap advice from a dragon.
We all have our challenges.
We're going to regret bringing her here.
Regret is something I know well. Take care not to cling to it, to hold it so close that it poisons your soul. When the time comes for your regrets, remember me.
Hey, what about Sandal?
Step carefully. No path is darker than when your eyes are shut.
Mar Seranus Ashabelinar.
Now the time has come for me to leave. You have my thanks and my sympathy.
Ah, your mesh texture is altered. And we never saw her again. Like in Trespasser at the end of this. That would definitely fuck the lore up a little bit. Just a smidge. Raise some questions. Big ass questions. The road becomes capable of more potent attacks while engaged with direct opponents. The target no active engagement road increased damage from them. Okay, cool. Alright. I guess now Boy! Go in chat, and if you're enjoying yourself, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down in the doobly-doo for Discord, Twitter, my stream goal, which is the blue bar at the top of the screen, but it's that button down there. There's an arcane horror up here, or a pride demon. Pride demon? A revenant. Okay, I'll take that. My attacks are hurting it, but it's also a nightmare to deal with. There. In Fate, Dragon Age, he was so hard to deal with. Dagger. Just dagger. I'm debating whether or not to fuck Isabella. I'll probably fuck her, but I won't make her my love interest. I think that's gonna be Meryl. Because there's her, Aveline, who, despite a joke storyline, is completely uninteresting. Your sister, which despite what Pornhub wants, is never going to happen, which is a shame. And I mean, that would be sick. Wrong.
Do you ever wish?
And then there's Meryl and Aveline. In fact, it's easier to be gay or to be
ancestors,
a woman.
You know what
Hey, you can't fuck Varric either, which
It's cramped tunnels
I know.
filled with thug shit and body odor. And every
So
person there
many
thinks he's
want
better
it.
than you because his
Hell,
great
I'm
great
half
great
tempted
grandfather made
myself.
a water clock or something.
But they're your people. Don't you even wonder what it would be like?
I have a good imagination. Why would I waste it on that?
Yeah. On a hard hard not to fall in love with Varric. He's straight. Please straight, man. Please, please straight. So if Varric was a YouTuber in like the political spectrum, he'd be like my Varric bad, Varric bad, Varric bad. Look, Nug baby. holding holding a nug up on camera. Whenever I normally see someone hold a nug up, it's Jabiscus, like a different type of nug. Oh, it's one of the subterranean bunny pigs. Thunderboot. Kirkwall's got. Let's think of a voice. Kirkwall is guarded by mountains to its north, the tallest of which is Thunderboot. The mountain has a fearsome reputation. Legend says it was the site of a final battle between the Winter Imperium of old and the Empire of Elves that perished within Arlethane. Both sides unleash horrors onto the waking world, and the famed creatures crowd the heights to this very day, unaware that the war of which they were summoned is long since over. There are tales in the free marches that blessed Andraste, upon reaching Kirkwall with her armies, sojourned under the slopes of Sundermount alone, stayed there for 3 days. When she returned, she wept as when her heart was broken. I stayed 2 months in Kirkwall by my best efforts and never found a guide willing to take me up to the mountain, which is weird because you have to be walking here on your own. That's like when I went to Sligo for the first time and I saw the tabletop. I was like, hey, is there any way of getting up there? Nothing I know of, mate. That's it. I guess I'm never ever gonna go up on top of it. Which the only reason I haven't done was because. Shut up. That's why. Like, share, subscribe. Give me money. We now return. Proud. God. Oh. Give me my glasses. Well, it's at least it's doing its job. I don't care about my back nearly as much. Jesus Christ. It's there. I can feel it, but it's like
Masarana's child,
four
your
things
debt is
down.
paid in full. It isn't too late to change your mind, Dalen.
Dareth Shiral, Keeper.
She makes the worst decisions, and I'm
I'm
not just
ready.
talking about her bra.
Let's depart.
Which I never thought of an elf would really need a bra. They're always so light. Although in Dungeons and Dragons they are famously heavy boobed. They are very heavily, which I never understood.
Elganon. Is this really where the elves live?
Not the prettiest part of Kirkwall, but it doesn't have a view of the giant chains. Take what you can get.
I didn't think it would be so... I've never seen so many people in one place before. It seems so lonely.
You already know me. You'll make other friends soon enough.
Guy. Thank you. Thank you for everything. For all your help. Will you come visit me? Not now, of course. But maybe later. I could use a friend.
I don't think so. I will.
Of course. But only because you used that "you kicked my puppy" voice.
Thank you. Oh, I'm thanking you too much, aren't I? I mean it,
All right. So she is our first companion. I'm gonna leave her where she is right now.
Good to see you again.
The boys and I are going for drinks later, if you'd like to join us.
Don't mind if I do. See you there.
An actual merchant? No. Chinese interaction. Oh yeah. This is the case. This is high core. This is high core. I'm gonna stand by what I said there. This is high core Irish right here.
I am sorry for your loss, mistress. But I can offer your son mercy only if he turns himself in.
I'm trying to find him, but...
The Templars cannot tolerate apostates.
Can we help this woman? This could be Mother.
It sounds like your son is in trouble. Is there anything I can do?
You... You heard all of that and still you would help? An apostate? Oh, thank you. I am Ariane. My boy, Fainriel. He's all I have. All my family. When I learned he had magic, I could not bear to send him to the Circle. But his connection to the Fade, it gives him nightmares. Dreams of demons speaking in his mind.
Yeah.
I would rather lose him to the Circle than to himself.
Did your son run away?
He learned I had contacted Sir Thrask. He felt I betrayed his trust. He thinks he can live free of the Circle. But I am afraid without proper training, he'll kill himself.
Which, kinda. There's a bigger risk to it. But I mean, if both my characters were mages because of our dad, yeah. I mean, for that logic, by the way, we lived in Lothering all our lives. There must be about maybe 5 apostates floating around Lothering alone. That maybe even like 10 that not counting Flem or more, maybe more, because the Chasen also have their own magic tokens. Some god.
Those look like Dalish tattoos.
Oh, I should
Why do
have
you live in the
Marrow,
city?
but I mean, he's not here.
I was born to the Dalish, but came to Kirkwall for a time and dallied with a human merchant, Vincento. When I found I was with child, neither Vincento nor my tribe wished the burden of an elf-blooded human infant. I raised Fainriel myself, here in the alienage.
Tell me the whole story.
I learned years ago that my son likely had magical talent, but we could not bear the thought of him locked in the gallows. So we hid. When the nightmares began, Fainriel still refused to contact the Circle. But I truly think they are the only people who might save his life.
Abominations are always so awkward at family reunions.
No, please, you must find him before...
I have to remember not to have the
Finish their work.
creepily joke
He
voice.
must be brought to safety. If you won't do it for Fainriel, do it for Kirkwall. The Templars say a lad like my son is a danger to the whole city if left untrained.
I'll bring your son back to safety, I promise.
I don't know where Fainriel is gone, but there are 2 places you might start your search. Sir Thrask has been looking for him. If you speak to him in the gallows, he'll be able to tell you what ground he's already covered. And Fainriel's father, Vincento, recently returned from Antiva.
He's a merchant in the Lowtown Bazaar. Fenrail might have sought him out.
You and Fenriel's father are not married?
Yes,
Vincenzo
clapper.
had no desire
Yeah,
for a wife
whore.
or an elf-blooded child. I haven't seen him since the day I told him. I have written, though, to keep him informed about his child. Fenrail wanted to meet him.
Tell me about this Templar.
I believe he's a good man. He doesn't hate mages, but sees what it took me too long to realize. Even the best-intentioned mages are at the mercy of their sleeping minds. There are other Templars who are much less sympathetic.
I will not leave you fearful for a moment longer than necessary.
Magic can be a fearful gift. Your son deserves the best aid learning how to manage it.
I
My
do love.
husband Wesley was a Templar. They're not all fanatics to be feared.
Yes, they are.
It has been a lonely time.
Well, all right, no.
It's almost a
They're
relief
it,
to
but
finally
they.
put
I'd
peace
say the
between
vast
them.
majority of them, even if they're not all fanatics, they have one task, and it's to stop. Like take Cullen for example. Cullen is a well, I know at least three of my female friends want to bone the living arse, and Alistair too. They're pretty and safe. Um, but they also like they have to kill Templars. It's that simple.
Not yet. Shem, who oversees the docks, says he doesn't want anyone with a knife in the first thing necessary.
So, what do you do, Aveline?
You know I'm a guard. Why are you asking?
I mean in your off-duty hours, for fun. You've heard of it, I hope.
These are my off-duty hours.
And the trend of you scaring the piss out of me continues.
She's basically a vigilante by art. I like how you have the worst house higher city. The next stage down for a human is well. This is how shit happens. Like it doesn't come from the top. It comes from the middle class. Doggo, Bajabujan. Oh, no. I'm gonna pick shit up and I'm gonna say.
Hard to believe they left me nothing.
Well, Mother was pretty steamed when you ran off with your Ferelden apostate.
I'm still their daughter, their eldest.
Mom. In all fairness, you basically renounced the totalitarian faith of our society. And you also threw in a little bit of racism too. You might as well have fucked a Ravanian, if you know what I mean. Mm. At least they still tan in the sun. Or we still do. Writing death. The letter from Mir. Oh, you're a pain in the ass to deal with, but a bloody talented one. You get sick of being just another photograph in the shithole. Maybe we grab a drink. Dog drunk, boy can handle. Send him. Okay? The Black. And that's if you ever wondered how I supposed to say it like that, the Black Emporium. The character that you'll see in the bit, the Black Emporium will. Greetings. You don't know who I am, but I've heard of you. Understand you might need items like well as me to obtain. You do not accept invitation. Ah, not simply anyone I consider this an invitation to the Black Emporium. Enclosed are directions through the passage of the city charmed. If you get the charm to another, and you do whoever your kindness by instructing anyone brave and noble enough to eradicate the group. Yeah, we already. So this is your house, by the way, and you gotta give it credit where it's due. It's got lots of bait. You can do a lot with this. I always wonder what this like. Is this like the fire escape or something? It's not what its use. It's kind of like a lock, and this is considered poor. There's nowhere to prepare food, but in this day and age, it's not so bad.
I think this is the same cheese that was here a year ago.
That's something that we take for granted now. People used to literally just leave wheels of cheese out because you gotta mature that shit. You buy it cheap, and then maybe half a year later, it will be ready. You could still eat it super young, but yeah. Not to just grab. Gobble a meal. Hail is now 2 months later. Interesting you, as you all will. You will find yourself barred from establishment unless payment is made. Think no better hardships or numerous running talk. You certainly hope that it's matter or set take some further on. This is where you lived last year. Dog, 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 dog.
He wasn't like this in Lothering. I think he misses the open fields.
City life not agreeing with you.
Poor thing. Maybe he'd be happier if we brought him with us more often.
Can I bring him with him?
But if he's with us, who'd keep Gamlen's debt collectors away?
Take it. I'm sick of what's-his-name staring and panting.
Gamlen, honestly, a Mabari understands what you say. Try using his name.
What's wrong with dog? Real easy to remember.
Heh. Fuck it. It's dog.
I wish we had the money for our own place.
We do. Well, I do. Get sent off to the fucking chantry. Boiler. Which no. There's the Memento of Legacy, Memento of the Mark Assassin, Memento of the World Collection, Memento of the Black Sheep Cache. Holy fuck, I forgot about this. This is basically the money area. Tome is learned ability. The Might of Sten, Hater's Razor, Final Way, Apostate. Jaw? Can't carry any more, huh? Okay. Inventory. Hater's Razor. Great sword. Ah! 24 health. 24 manama. Manama, huh? Okay. And yeah, okay. Now, alright, off to the money land where we do money stuff. We're gonna sell the shit out of this place. Shit. Everyone, if I remember right, has a uh, everyone has a unique item in that list. Also, we need to put out Marvel experience. Level up. Level up. Oh yeah. By the way, she's more geared towards the attack than Bethany is. To the point where I don't need Aveline to be an extra blade when I'm the blade. I should have two mages, one rogue. Obviously, this game is geared around anything goes, but yeah. Horror. Terrifying visions render enemy mind, leaving them target stunned. Rec- Blinding spell makes an enemy likely to miss and prevent them from inflicting hits. And sleep. Okay, she's basically gonna be the black. Wait, no, not the black mage. Be the. What would she constitute? The Staff of Parlum. Equipped. Vera Tassilin. 2 magic, 24 mana, 13 fire. This one is far superior. It is that one with 9 nature. Okay. Lane can't add anything. Chevalier's Reach? What? Reach. Oh, that's their base weapon. Oh, what's with that base stat? Armor. Longsword. Here we go. Leap of Faith. STP Leap of Faith. It's clearly a modded weapon. We also got 21 gold now. We're almost halfway there of getting Act 1 done. And if we just sell the rest of this shit, we can do that. Like, really easily. Bonus the item for hurtling chaos by world. Yeah, let's have a look what it looks like. So let's see a comparison. Immunity to stun, 3% XP given, improves with level up, important. Spirit resistance. Spirit resistance, immunity to stun, improves with level up. Okay, so it's just aesthetic. Oh, it's just her outfit. Alright. Alright. I'm okay with this. It's just her outfit. Now, Leap of Faith helmet. 1 cunning, 1 willpower, 1 cunning. Oh, I see. These are the outfits you give to a mage. See, this is what Gage was talking about earlier. This game is heavily geared towards, in the subtle ways, in the micro managing sort of way, the idea of you being a mage. The gifts you give, the stuff you buy, they're all subtly here for you being a mage. Um, there we go. All right. Okay, this the weapon. No. All right. Well, let's go and sell some shit. AKA a capitalist.
Varric, do you do anything?
Am I the next stop in your career evaluations? Joy of joys.
You watch and you talk. Is that it?
You are dismissing hallmarks of both the utterly ineffectual and the incredibly dangerous.
I don't know what you mean.
It means coins flow when I talk and when I shut up. Like if you got paid to guard or unguard.
That makes no sense.
Yes, it does.
Good.
I understand exactly what I mean. By the way, this guy here, at least I think it's this guy. He wanted to help invest in a mine. It's an interesting quest, but it results in 0 money. So if you think that you can get an investment back in by investing else, no. I'm gonna sell my shit for it.
Viscount's son abducted by Kunari. I've heard what those horned brutes do to their captives.
Bounty, rescue the Viscount's son. Oh yeah! So it's a crazy mage dude.
You want bows? I got 'em.
No, I don't want both. Want to true and cut blade. Now, are we sure I want to get rid of everything? I'm set over. I'm a gobshite, I am. I was clicking on the buying when I should be on the selling. Kathleen! Kathleen! What, Michael? I love you. Well, they clearly have a very good relationship. It's a very Irish relationship, but it's a very relationship all the Two. Oh my god. Anthorice Boots, Garrett, Rogue. Well, I'm not a rogue, so yeah. Get rid of all the twos. I might regret this. There might be some unique item for every single character. Look, I'm already at 50. There, thanks to the glory of mods, I can now immediately go into the deep roads. Insane in the memory. Get rid of everything but the Gauntlets of Fallen because I want to gather up. And Sir Wesley's shield because believe it or not, he actually has a um an argument. Like, I keep Sir Wesley's shield around to remind me of him. Or at least I did until you sold it. And I'm like, sell all junk. Oh my god. 12 coin. Holy fuck. I think we're approaching at least half the coin you can make in-game naturally. The point where I don't give a fuck if I'm going to invest in this guy.
Another Ferelden Street rat? Are you here to waste my time, or do you actually have coin to spend?
Are you an armorer? A weaponsmith?
My stock is varied. What all my wares have in common, however, is quality. Only the best for my distinguished patrons. See for yourself.
Robes. Alright, let's have a look. Meryl's robes. Requires Garrett. Okay, fuck that list. Liar's Charm. 10 defense, 1 armor. The Gentleman's Puzzle. 7 to 3. Alright, yeah, I want both. Early on in the game, I am. Tome of Technique? Fuck yes. The tome gives the reader 1 point to spend on a talent spell. It's basically a free level up. And look, I'm still 17 gold above. It's insane. Enough that in theory I can buy all healing items. But mods ruin everything. Ba-dum. Mods ruin everything. Ba-dum. I like how I'm talking to a guy who's playing Skyrim right now. So you know full well that if Skyrim already wasn't entirely geared towards the player, having a freebie sure as fuck is now. Mods are included. Unless of course you're not playing it on the PC. JR, I'm sure I've asked this before, and fuck if I know, I'll ask it again. Are you playing it on PC or are you playing it on console? Wine. Yes, please. I almost went American there and got right up to the brim. I can be classy. I just haven't been classy in a very long time.
I think you let this get away from you.
I had never thought to see this again. Thank you.
Worthy. I'm worthy.
Ah, long time no see, my friend.
Well, if it isn't Worthy, the dwarf with the incredibly ironic name.
I only advertise the truth. You still with the Red Iron? It was just a year you were with them, right?
I'm looking to become an explorer, of a sort.
I heard. Bartrand's hard to take, but his information is usually good.
Hard to take? That's putting it mildly.
I'll tell you what. I still have my old contacts. You need some
I
room
love his
prepping
eyes.
done, I can
They're
arrange
so
it for you.
pretty.
Take care, Hawk.
Like
Don't
they're like
get dead.
Fremen.
Always a pleasure, Hawk.
Runes of fire warding. Yeah, he's not the only one. Sandal is obviously not the only one to do runes. In this case, we got a rune of fire warding. Arnie's the only one who has halfway stuff, but no souls junk. Okay. The unbidden rescue offered on the authority of His Excellency Viscount Marlowe. Citizens of Able Nature, Viscount Dumas requires your aid. His son, Seamus Dumas, has been lost with certain company. The safe return sought for all haste. Make your case of skill to Seneschal Braun at the station of Citizens Keep, and the reward of act shall be generous both sentiment and point. Which, for the record, is how you would have actually put one of those bounties out that we take for granted in sort of WoW, D&D sort of video games. That's how you'd have done it. Because they would have always gone with their own men first. It was always a declaration of something is going really.
What do you need, my good friend?
Buy something.
Let's see what you have.
By all means, feel free to peruse my wares whenever you wish.
Harry. I like his eyes too. I don't like how it says I wish to buy something and then it doesn't let me actually buy it. The Blade of Calling. Steel weaponry, quick bow. You have neither interest in them. Heavy boots. That. Hmm. What about? Oh, it has to be Geralt. All right. Well, that knows. Rig. 3 fire damage. Yes. It's just like a boon net gain regardless. So fuck it. I never understood the stars. The stars show the level of quality. Obviously, like if you have iron item and you have dragon bone item, one of these things is not like the other. Okay, that. But there's no scale. Oh, we gotta take his healing items. That one. No, the whole shabam. The whole shaboop. Yeah. 14 healing potions? That's low, considering what we can. Shaboopy, shaboop.
No loitering.
No, no, no. The meme is no lollygag. That's the meme. Way it should be, and rescue. Going back to Gallon's house, see what other interesting things we can. Special delivery. Might have sent. Oh my. Alright. Might of Descent. 5% attack. And that's it. 20 physical damage, 18. Oh, and it has rune slots. Oh, shit. Maybe. Maybe. 24 health, 24 mana, and 5 chance to knock back. Mm, mm. Seeker's Bulwark. How do you switch out from your secondary? That's nice. Sure. Um, so I got a two-hand weapon combine. This is a this is a superior one. Ah, now here we go. Ivo family crest, 3 physical damage. Gentleman's puzzle ring, 3/7, 3 the fortitude, and 7 defense. The other one is 3 fire damage. The air of confidence, 1 willpower and 7 health, 18 attack and 3 physical damage. 1 to all attributes. Okay, no matter what. Fuck that noise. 1 dexterity. Oh, there's more. I can get rid of the crappy. Um, and this too. This. Okay. Antiven's Garroth. Immunity to flanking. Enemies drop more coins. Went with the I went with the Antiven's Garroth. 2 critical um chance, 4 critical damage, and immunity to flanking. That that word there is hindsight. Enemies drop better equipment. Uh, belt. Ring of Whispers. 1 cunning, 1 attack speed. Enemy drop coin. Mm. Hawk family crest. Immunity to knockback? Yes, please. 9 defense, 1 armor. Okay, that leaves with amulet. 19 mana stamina. 2 mana stamina, 7 stretch generation. 7 physical damage, 169 cold resistance. 506 fire resistance. Okay, that's kind of how I want to go. The other one is Jura's Blue Flame, which is 23 attack, 10% fire, and 10% cold damage. Which sounds cool, but oh, wait, no, sure. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Well, that is better. As for the blade is about as good as it can get. Like whole game on um, in-game money, of course. Back in the day, I did pay money on this shit. Blood Dragon, Blood Dragon armor. Okay, what's the benefit? 1 to all attributes. All right, well, I guess in the out, 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 out. All right, fine. I guess it's money making, so fuck it. Now, leave, back, Aveline, Varric, death, keep, inventory. Aveline, there's nothing she can. Aveline, blade wise, the Lion of Orlais, armor, shield wise, 18, armor, 6 magic. But the weapon, well, the shoe. Proves what level up. All right. Okay. Liar's charm and defense and one armor. Fuck. Seems like a fun thing to have on someone who's famous for not lying. Ring of the Magister and the Gem. And a belt. Any old belt. You know what I mean? I'll give her an old belt. Now, Vark. Vark doesn't seem to have any armor or weapon set. Makes me very sad. He's got Veil's Locket. 4% nature damage. 6 healing to this character. 127 nature resistance. 8% chance of death blows. Enemies drop better equipment. Yeah. Whisper. 1 cunning, 1 attack. Enemies drop more points. Right? Is our rogue after all. 1 constitution. 7 health. And 127 resistance on all buffs. Yeah. Yeah, I think you'll appreciate that. Alright, Beth, what you got to give? What can I do to make you not fall apart after 5 seconds? Weapons. Apostate's Courage. Restriction. Mage. 13% cold damage. 427 cold resistance. Pendant of Morning Frost. More cold. God, it's gonna be great if we have to this one massively spawns cold. High Lord Belt. Alright. Default strength. Band of Stone Shadows. Rivera's Might. Air of Confidence. 1 willpower and 7. Or else give it up. Okay, that means I'm probably able to, as far as I'm aware, I'm able to sell everything else. Fine. We are currently gods among men, women, and enemies. Go and be. Yeah. Yeah.
How much longer do I have to wait?
All these mods are new to me, so see how strong they are. I'm making my best judgment calls.
How
Bottom
dare
half.
you! I am
Wine.
guard captain! I won't be treated like this!
My dad got me into college. You know who you're trying.
Quartered! This will not stand!
We found a number of debts to suspect peoples.
Look at those yoga pants.
Such
My
poor
God.
character. But you, Aveline Valen, have proven your loyalty and ability.
The guard deserves better than him, Messere.
Indeed. The Viscount would have you put your care for the men into direct practice. You will assume the captain's job.
What?
In due time, of course. There will be training, approvals, months at least. But who better to rebuild respect than the woman who exposed this embarrassment? Resolve any outstanding business, guardswoman. You will be very busy.
Well, somebody made her name.
If the deep roads is what you want, you have the coin to do it.
I know. It's a matter of that. It's a matter of being
Not
like,
much room in the barracks, but there's nowhere I'd rather be.
that seems really almost, I was gonna say nepotistic, that the person who exposed the crime is now the one in charge. But it is a medieval setting, so yeah. There.
If the deep roads is what you want, I
I
have the coin to do it.
I know. Why? Thank you. Knew something.
Varric, no.
Well, you're the captain. Or you will be. It'll be easy.
I'm not petitioning the Viscount to help you steal ownership of the Hanged Man.
Steal. Madam, you wound me.
I'm about to. Big changes are coming, huh? Captain of the Guard. Thank you, Wesley.
Wes, what about me?
That
Well,
you keep his memory speaks well of him.
He's not with me. I know that. Wesley's at the Maker's side, or he's not. Either
whoa!
way, he knows no pain.
Metaphor.
He seemed a good man for a Templar. I'm sure he's found peace.
What I keep is that moment. I won't let anyone down like that again.
I like how there's not a word for it, but she's subtly an atheist.
I don't see how you can take the blame for the Darkspawn
She
horde.
loves him enough
I
that
put
she
him to the
plays
sword
the part,
myself,
but
Hawk.
she doesn't have the
Well,
words to
there is
admit that
that.
there's
I know in my head that it was right.
it
So
makes
did
no sense.
Wesley. But in my heart, that cut was cruel.
You clearly miss Wesley, but that's not the issue.
Of course I miss him, but he's not coming back. Pining like a child serves no one. So I remember him, but I let him rest.
You're not so kind to yourself, though.
No.
Wesley's at the Maker's side, or he's not. What do you mean by
Now,
that?
this world, it's
Wesley
very
believed,
subtle.
and if he
There
was
is an
correct, then
afterlife
that's
or
where
there
he is.
isn't, and I don't
But
think there is
this business
really.
of the less the Maker does, the more he's proven, I don't find it compelling.
But you married a Templar.
I married a man, a good one, and he's gone. I have heard the chant. It is lovely. Perhaps that's all it needs to be.
Now, in this world, Vale was at one point literally the thing, the sky, the stuff you looked up at. And then a whole bunch of bullshit happened, and it became this divide. In this divide, that's where spirits and demons live, but not souls dead. However, it is quite possible that souls of the dead exist in this world in the form of dwarfs in stone, and if they exist in the stone, then maybe there is an afterlife. But standing by the Maker's side and the way the elves used to think about it, there's no real sign of it. In that regard, the Quinari are right, as far as I can tell. I might be wrong in other respects, but there might literally be no afterlife.
You clearly miss Wesley, but
Oh, my bad.
that's not the issue.
Of course I miss him, but he's not coming back.
Can't skip it.
Pining like a child serves no one. So I remember him, but I let him rest.
You're not so kind to yourself, though.
No.
I don't see how you can take the blame for the Darkspawn horde.
I put him to the sword myself, Hawk.
Well, there is that.
I know in my head that it was right. So did Wesley. But in my heart, that cut was cruel.
I can't imagine the captain of the guard will like wandering in my
It
shadow.
does sound like he's
It's not
having
like this job means we're on opposite sides. The good you do, it seems rather appropriate. Besides, I'll be making the patrol schedule, and I don't intend to lead from a desk.
See, if you want to start a romantic option with her, she's never puts two and two together that you got her, even after she finds love separately, and I always like that angle. The first time I ever did, I kind of went down that angle because there there was the obvious choice in Ace Combat, and there was the less obvious choice in Arrow, and I wanted to date Beth, but she's my sister, so that's not gonna happen. And there's characters besides who aren't dating us, like in way of difference, which is the same out of Dragon Age, Forge, Witcher, and of course I need yes again. Oh, all that pain. He gave me this 12-step program of this kind of fortified wine. Which I always thought those self-help groups, a lot of them were trying to get you off the drink. So I was like, why was he now on a can of fortified wine? And then I looked at who like Troy McClure was inspired by, and it made a lot of sense. A lot of those clinic. I keep saying Betty Ford clinic. I don't know why. Um, but the clinic that's designed to like help a lot of celebrities get off drink and drugs. In the early days, there was this guy who proposed that you just ease yourself off on harder shit. So if you were doing like mainline heroin, if you're having a glass of wine at the end of the day, it's much easier. And I think that's actually the same logic that Johnny Depp follows. He's on opioids. He's on a huge amount as well. He just switched over to being on a huge amount of wine. The problem with that is, well, wine, which for a man who is now infamous for screaming drunk, ain't much of a trade-off. It's like those people who don't have anything harder than a cup of coffee, but they found Jesus. You're like, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Only now instead of your body, your mind is getting, and it's a good chance your mind is right. Anyway, Aveline, I tried to romance. Hell, she was the first option to romance. But nah, if I was Hawk, I would try to romance Aveline. I don't think she's beautiful. She's not meant to be. She's meant to be strong. Like, I always thought they got that wrong in Pathfinder, Kingmaker, with the super strong uh, northern barbarian woman. She is she's too pretty. She's like, they got that wrong. They got that right in Game of Thrones. Like in Game of Thrones, she is Brienne of Tarth, who for the longest time I thought was the same voice actress. And just to be on the safe side, I am literally gonna check this out now. Hang on. Dragon Age 2 Aveline voice actor is Joanna Roth. Because a while back I made the claim that that's the same voice actor, and everyone kind of agreed with me. But I think I was talking out of my ass. Joanna Roth. Oh no! Dude. No, no, no. Oh my. Is she the guy from. Is she married the guy from. Hmm. A Danish-British actress, she trained in Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts and appeared in films, TV, video games, and theater. Sisters of Philia and Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. She married Scottish actor John Hannah. Yeah, yeah, the Radcliffe and Alien of Shield, Overblown, Trust Me. Yeah, the brother in the Mummy trilogy, the one with Brendan Fraser. The brother of that's his wife. Out of curiosity, the woman who played Brian of Tart, Gwendolyn Christian. And the first thing up is her size. She is in fact 6'3" and she loves to wear heels. Because if I remember right, she is, I, despite the character, girly as girly can be. Like she adores to wear the most feminine stuff. So whenever she stands next to someone like say Kate Harington, yeah, hold on. I gotta show this. I remember the picture. Brian Tart, yeah, okay, so Gwendolyn Christine, the only person taller in the whole series, if I remember right, was the guy who played the Mountain, which he is literally freakishly huge. Like he is insane. They had to have his own sword made for him because everything else looked like a little toy in his hand. So they worked, and it was like a rite of passage, if I remember right, that every single person who was on set with him would always want to hold the sword up to see if they could carry it, and about maybe a third of them could. Of course, uh guy who played Carl Drogo could, Aquaman, whatever the hell that actor's name is, alcohol. It's affecting me, but he definitely could wield it. Other people would like lift it up and be like, "Ugh." I would be like that. I'd be like, oh my god, this thing was huge. But the next one down was Gwendolyn. So Gwendolyn Christine, which, God, that's a good name. That's a good name. Gwendolyn Christine height. Yeah, nearly 2 meters tall. 1.91 meters. Jesus Christ. Um, Kit Harrington, who is famously a little bit on the short side. So, yeah, this is the scene I was looking for. This is the picture I was looking for. And for the record, Kit apparently is very self-conscious about his height. That's why we had that famous scene of him in the pub, breaking the pool cue, and he was going to come at someone. because they couldn't stop making fun of him. Which, yeah, I mean, you don't need to make fun of someone, but well, I'm not about to make fun of him, but I'm gonna point out just the sheer difference in height. We'll come back to the game capture, don't you fret. I be I want to play this game. I've wanted to play this game for a while now. There it is. All right. Yeah, look at this. Look, here's yeah, look at this shit. Like, gets up to her elbow. She's in heels, but she can go a lot. If she had Sophia's heels, Kit's hair would be where the E is now. You know, like, well, her thing would be where the E is now, so to speak. Like she is tall. If you like your women tall, bam. Because I don't care. I've never. It was a very 2010s thing for me for women being tall or not tall, and I was like, I knew some guys in college. I thought that was just like the last hurrah of teenage stupidity. Like it's not a big deal. But women in particular are are obsessed with height. That is 100% something that I noticed. Now, as someone who's 6 foot, I don't need to mind. I don't mind this, but it is a major factor. Women want to know. But I also know tons of women on Twitter, at least. I'm very curious about what their profiles have to say. I almost wish Luna or Elf King or Missy Ann was here right now because this is a question I'd pose to them. Like, what do you think the percentages are that the ones on Twitter that are like, oh, I want a little boy so I can pat them on the head. What percentage? You know, like, because you see them a lot on Twitter. Like, oh, I wish I had a little boy toy to take care of to protect, so they could be the mommy. Okay, why aren't you on social media? And they're like, oh, well, I just get laid elsewhere. See, the Twitters and the Tinders and the Plenty of Fishes of the world don't need them as much. Like, they don't need those apps as much, rather, because they do all right on their own. It's kind of fascinating because I never realized, I guess because I'm tall, I don't have to worry about it. I can kind of loom over people and go, hello, small people. But because I'm not so tall, I'm not like 7 foot or whatever, I don't have to do that. Well, not that I have to do it regardless. But I never really got that idea until I met Elf King. Once I met Elf King, I realized the idea of height. Height seems, especially in America, seems to be a major factor. In Ireland too, I've seen plenty of Tinder profiles that start with if you're under 5'9", fuck off. And my response to that is, okay, that's fair. I mean, I'm still here anyway, so the rest of yous are kind of fucked. I have a bunch of fucking dwarfs gathered around my feet, like I'm sitting here in this fucking mesa turned throne, being like, "Hello, little ones." That's 90% of my fandom. Are these short motherfuckers? No, I guarantee you, I have people following me right now who are taller than me. It's just the height factor never came into. my opinion until later, and it doesn't actually affect me. Like I've yet to come across like, ew, you too short, or you're too tall. If I'm too short, well, damn, you have a very specific type. Ah, blockage in my ear just went crazy. Um, but I'm too, if I'm too tall, really? I just skirt in being tall. I have an imposing presence about me when I got the hat on and everything. I'm like, you shall not pass with the beard and everything. Yeah, okay, I get the implication that people put to me. That's not who I am, but like I don't see the in like I don't see the idea of me kind of like looming over you. How short are you? Are you like 4'10"? Because I've been hit on by women who are 4'10", and I'm like, hello, I rip you in half. That's the idea. Is that the idea? Oh, well, I wouldn't want to say something as crazy as that. You just said you wanted to do something as crazy as that. And then they find some excuse. I'm up for I'm up for my tiny queen. I'm up for my goblin mistress. Like this tall, being like, hey, you, what? Fuck me. I'm like, why? Because I'm tight. Keep going. Because I suck you well. Keep going. Because I pat you on the head when you're done. Prove it. And I wouldn't even lean, and then she'd find some way to tap me on the top, and I'm like, all right, I know who's in charge tonight, and it ain't me. And I put her on my shoulder, and I wander off, and I give you all the finger, and that'd be one hell of a weird stream as I'd rediscover Jesus, because the priestess will be there, like, am am I still doing this? The answer is no, there, Father. No, you're not. That church stream went in an entirely different direction. What matters most, though, is that we're getting back into the game. No, all right. I still have the Game of Thrones picture up, and Sophia Turner was grinning at me the whole time, and I'm like, yes, yes, you look good with no clothes on. So the fuck what? Are you gonna judge me? That's my power over you. Oh shit! I also got a message. Hold on. Well, actually, I don't need any of this. I can check my phone. Sorry. Sorry about this, everyone. Get back into the game now. Aha! I fucking knew it. Despite my best efforts, the window. Oh my god! What is up with the window on? I don't know how to explain it, except that it kind of latches on to the nearest other window, and I'm like, what the fuck? No, no, you don't need to do that. There, there. I can see what the fuck you're writing. Now, in watching Guild, uh, I have no idea what that is. So you have to explain it as break the joke, or it's a show I. Um, Also, unfortunately, scientist Mel did get back to me. He is currently traveling. I can't guarantee her this month. I asked her if next month was okay. I've noticed being height being kind of a thing. People want help. Oh, oh, seriously. By the logic of those like Twitter and Tinder profiles that you see, yeah, there is a preference, and a huge chunk of it has to go to height. So if you can pull one off, go for it. And trust me when I say this, there are women out there love breath. You just have to do your most important thing in the world and take care of
I look forward to working with you, Guard Captain Aveline.
Still strange, isn't it?
yourself. Gilda Thorne.
Captain of the Guard. Thank you for helping me get here, Hawk. It's where I should be.
Um, Gilda Thorne is a YouTube channel lore video series. Oh, okay, that's. I'll tell you right now, the channel I watched. Fuck it. That is because if I didn't watch it, then I want to watch it in the future because I adore all things lore. No. Dragon Age lore. Okay, so Dragon Age, yes, Guild of Thorn, I recognize that. Lore University is what I've been listening to as of late. I've yet to touch to Guild of Thorn, but I recognize it and I am going to check it out. So there you go. Bop, bop. There we go. Five, 5 plus.
will throw
Yeah,
you
5.
out if you kick that ball one more time.
All right, so it's where I get my DEA fix. I've been so focused on so many other lore channels for so many other topics that
The
I
Viscount
generally
must be
didn't just
terribly
put
busy.
a channel aside for me dedicated to DA lore, which I find annoying because the DA is
Me like that, you
really good at what it does.
insist if you
Does
must,
better
but
what it does
Viscount
than
Dumas
Mass
will
Effect.
see no one. If you've news of Seamus, I will relay it to him.
Fine. Tell Dumas my scouts have tracked the boy and his Canary captor to the wounded coast. I'm taking a full company after them, and when I return, I expect him to make a show of the reward.
So many to deal with one Kunari seems excessive.
He may be Tal Bashoth. The Winters leave nothing to chance. Get out of my bloody way!
I wonder if I have to
Yes.
kill her.
What is it?
I love his yoga pants. They're very sort of like, hey, I can come in this 10 times over and you wouldn't notice. Oh, is that where everyone's mind goes to when they see yoga pants? 'Cause my-
Looks like I'm not the only one who saw the bounty posting.
Apparently so, and I am regretting it. As I told the others, Viscount Dumas' son, Seamus, is missing. We suspect he was taken by a Kunari.
Travis!
If you would like to try your hand at securing his safe return, feel free.
Oh yeah,
I've
Lower
certainly
University
granted
is where
no exclusivity to the Winters and their violent
I'm really
approach.
early in my Dragon Age lore binge. The only reason we're having this conversation right now is because I was like, oh yeah, I learned all about the dwarfs and talk about the Titans, and I'm like, Titans? Fucking Titan? What's this shit about Titans? And I'm thinking about Dragon Age Trespass, and I'm like, wasn't there a single line or two? Oh fuck. So yeah, it compared to my Elder Scrolls lore or my Star Wars lore or Star Trek lore, this is not going quite. But I am ready to gobble it up. And I already have Dragon Age Inquisition. So when the time comes for me to beat this, I will move on to Inquisition. And yeah, surprisingly, according to Can You Run It, I can actually run Inquisition. So
The Kunari are not wild in the city. Petition their leader for the boy's return.
The Arishok has declared that it is not his role to do so. Apparently their rebels, the Talvashoth,
I
are hunted anyway,
do
killed
love
for what they are, not
Thetis
for what they
lore.
may have done. That does not bode well for Seamus.
Um, I like the. I don't like the ethereal time before time lore because it's not fully spanned out. Will be in the next game. I guarantee there won't be another Dragon Age game out. But from what we see, there's so much information to gather in the world that you travel in. That it's so interesting to explore, learn on. It feels like a real world. Dragon Age 1 surprisingly had a very good impact on creating a real country. World feel like a place. But I also love the hints they drop because they're not back. They're not just casually talking about this world outside it. They talk about the history. They talk, which mostly for that generation, mostly involved being occupied by Orlais. It's like 50 years down the line, you're gonna find people with gray in their hair talking about the Russian occupation of Ukraine. God, that actually might be a positive reality, negative reality. Someone else entirely happens. Um, but the point is that like it felt like a real world, and it felt like a real world focused at a real time. They're focused on their religious stuff, the historical stuff they do know, and every once in a while they'll drop hints of a wider world. It's not like, hey, we're focused on this one place, one time that will have this one-off outcome, which they did in the form of being obsessed with Ferelden after the first game. Thank Christ they expanded it out. We're now in Kirkwall, and the third one is set. Well, it's technically set on the border between Ferelden and Lay, but it's all over the place. And I wanted it to be all over the place, but I mean, you know, practicality wise, it can't because they can only reach so much on horseback. But you still got letters from those far away places, almost like it's setting itself up for a sequel.
This isn't a task for a guardsman.
Yes, isn't it?
There
The
is
first
a
time with
concern of
Dragon Age 2,
appearance.
no, no.
If we used guards, it would allow Viscount Dumas' opponents to say this admits the Kunari threat because the
It
city
really.
responded.
But
In
I
these
have a
times,
way to play,
public
so
embarrassment
I will
is
play the
preferable
way
to
to play.
official embarrassment.
And yeah, I'm sure whether it be XP related or more importantly, or it will not. It will not go out of break the character I set. In my mind, sorry, breaking up every 4 or 5 seconds. Wait, me? Am I breaking up every 4 or 5 seconds? Because I can, in theory, fix that. La 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 la. That's okay. La 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 la. Well, that's about as. I think I was just mumbling. That's alcohol for you. Lady called me out on that when I was in Dublin, and I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" And I'm like, "No, seriously, you're mumbling." The game is fluid though. Yeah, no, it's clearly a me issue there. I was just mumbling. One of the key things I have to do while um, streaming is just remember to talk to the camera and not just to myself. As an Aspie, that's kind of hard, but I appreciate it. So far, so good. Okay, awesome. I appreciate it. Um, by the way, I really do appreciate this. I don't know how to stress this enough. When I am the problem, call me the fuck out. This is how I learn. I have to remember to keep on talking like I'm talking to another person, not just, rambling. So, so, and if you couldn't hear that, that's the point. No,
I should know about the competition.
The Winters out of Navarra.
no.
They don't care one whit if Seamus is returned unharmed. Their lead, Syrah Guinness, is hungry for a foothold in fair Kirkwall. And frankly, we have enough of their kind.
Nice little jab towards somebody who is a foreigner coming in. But I also love the fact that you yourself are a ginger, so I am superior to you in every way.
The boy will be home soon
And
enough.
not sexy
Declare
ginger,
it if you
like
like,
Avalon.
but the reward goes to whomever brings him back safe. A discussion you are welcome to have with the Winters, should you encounter them on the Wounded Coast.
Look at those pants. Never sure if it's me or the stream. Oh, no one is. The problem with me is that my chat is so small that it's seldom that if anyone else is going to be able to raise that opinion. I've gone an hour in pure mute. I've gone 4 hours without turning my camera off. Like, it's insane. If I don't fuck up, it's pretty unlikely someone's gonna come around and tell me that I done fucked up. But I appreciate it. My boy!
Thaddeus, stand straight. Places, everyone. Welcome to the Black Emporium.
There he is. So, boy! Xenon, the antiquary.
I am the great and magnificent Xenon, the antiquarian. It's so rare to have company.
I paid 10 US dollars for this back in the day. And when I got it, I was like, wow, I'm gonna deal with this when I deal with the 17 other things that I find interesting. The pickled apples of Ireland. Mm, mm. I express my incredulity. The stop sips. It's itchy, distracting. I express my incredulity to the shop's assistant, who coldly noted that he did not like my implication. He insisted that every article was genuine, no fakes, no imitations, or cheap knockoff. I must have appeared unconvincing, for the assistant lazily and disappeared into the bowels of the shop, returning several minutes later. He removed the jar of pickled apples from the display case and proceeded to carefully, reverently remove the wax seal from the lid of the jar. I watched with fascination as the jar was opened and a single rose apple plucked from it. It looked, for all as it had been just that day, peak of ripeness. With a paring knife, the assistant cut the tiniest sliver of the flesh from the apple and presented it to me. The flavor of that one small sliver was astonishing. It was close to prefer the apple as was. I was experiencing the essence of every apple ever eaten and ever will be eaten. When it is over, the sense of loss filled me with sharp enough to move me to tears. The rest of the apple was returned to the jar, which was then resealed. I paid 5 sovereigns for that taste, and I believe I got the better part of the bargain. Have it. Best apples you'll ever in your life. If you ever want apples that taste like pure apple, what you think in your mind of apples, put a high blood magic interventor Xenon the upper. I cannot move
Look
since the event
around.
of
So many things to admire.
since the event of 27 Black Tower and 27 minus Black Tower, you say? Ah, ah, you have, you have a little bit ah, for that. You know what I mean? He slow, he slowly turns into Ricky Burke for like half an hour, like ah, ah, ah. Then he slowly turns back. Xenon the Aquitarian. Oh, how I don't. The important thing is you. Like a certain Khajiit over here. Khajiit will respond when he is spoken. Khajiit likes it. Khajiit has. Oh, are you kidding me? If we ever did it, it would Ricky Burke would have to be included. Like, there's barely an image there, but what you see is a creature born of wood. Like, this is the antiquarian. He spent all his day like this. I was like, welcome to the black. No one could do it better. No one, except for CGI, no one could do it better. And yes, he would steal a Khajiit. He would so steal a Khajiit.
Those rare, enchanted goods are the prizes of my collection.
Oh,
Master Socks. You can never have enough socks.
it's true. You can never have enough socks. Every time you go for a pair, one is always
All manner of crafting lore gathered from throughout Beta.
safe.
Prices negotiable.
Now you're just thinking of Ricky Burrick saying these lines, and it fucking works. It works. God damn it! This is not an insult. This is a praise. Who the fuck else could play the antiquarian? Hmm? A CGI monstrosity voided by I don't fuck. Oh, the dad in Shaun of the Dead. Like it's real. It'll be really, really
Do not stare too intently
in.
at that.
Yeah, no.
Second thought. Please do.
Oh,
That's Gollum's name. Is
that
Thaddeus
is
Gigantus
just from
Crumb the Third. He's my favorite.
I wonder what he did just of the occasional squeal. If you want to change your hawk into a female or just change their physical appearance, that this is what you come for. Everything here is free. So you just take everything and you sell it. That's it. Unless of course you want to use it, which there's a lot of pretty useful stuff. Back to your house. Ricky Berg mocap. Oh God! Don't! It's so obscure he'd never do it, but I could imagine. Welcome to the Black Import. I I fucking love Ricky. Ricky for president. Ricky should have bought Twitter, not Elon Musk. I'm sorry. Elon should have given Ricky all his money, and then Ricky could have bought Twitter. He is king. He has beaten this life. At this point now, he is just lit. Ricky R. Good. Let's do Days Hawk Deck. I think you can. I know you can change. I know Skyrim had that inclusion where you change the gender. But yeah, it always pretty good.
My children have been in servitude.
It,
Servitude for a year. They should be nobility.
If wishes were poppy, we'd all be dreaming.
yeah.
This is the way things are, Mother. Gamlen can't change it now.
Your mother was supposed to marry the Comte de Launcey, and instead she ran off with some Ferelden apostate. You don't get to stay the favorite when you do that.
Where is Father's will? If I could just see for myself.
It's not here, all right? It was read, it went in the vault. No one needed to look at it again.
I know the Amels were nobility, Mother, but not much else. Why don't you ever talk about them?
The Amels have been a noble family in Kirkwall since Garahel drove out the fourth
We
blood.
beat down 50 slaves a
We have
day
always
at
carried
our
magic in our
prime.
blood. It's been a stain on our lineage. No family of good standing would ever marry into a line with magic. When I chose your father, I was bringing more magic into our line, not less. I think that's what hurt my parents the most.
Did Grandfather mention Mother in his will at all?
Our father died when you were still in short pants, lad. You can hardly expect me to remember.
Sounds like a yes to me.
Please, Uncle. We have a right to see it for ourselves.
Maybe so. But you won't be seeing the bloody thing. It's still locked up on the estate, and that's long out of my hands.
Not much longer, not
Your
black too.
parents' will.
It was old news. You think I've been sitting here for 25 years waiting for Leah?
Did you not see Japanese
Who bought the
fucking
estate, Gamma?
50s
Perhaps I could speak to them.
primo
Was it the right
samurai
place?
movies
No one you
where
know.
they'd bring out those
Get
those
used to
scrolls?
Lowtown, sister. That's where we're going to stay.
Because that's how you did it. Like that, yeah. Like if I was in Gamlen's position, I'd have been like, yeah, I want 100%. Fuck up.
Come on, boy. This is no time to play dead.
Hey, you fat fuck. We got shit to do today. We do. Yes, we do. I love you. Yes, you do, dog. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. There.
So, I hate thinking badly of family, but did Uncle Gamlin seem a little slippery when he talked about Grandfather's will? If he, say, invested money that was meant to be Mother's, do you think he would tell us?
Gamlin can't say good morning without lying twice.
Mother's been in such a fit of melancholy since Gamlin told
I
her
don't
how
like the way
accurate
the
her parents were
characters'
about
responses
Father.
don't respond to
She
the
told me
statement
she
that
wishes
I
she'd died
made.
with Carver. It's like coming here ruined every good memory of her childhood. I wish we could get some of it back.
When this Deep Roads expedition comes through, we can buy her home back, move to Hightown.
Gamlin told me he gave the estate as payment to some slaver who beat him at dice. Apparently, our ancestral home is now a base for slavers from all over Thedas.
Gamlin couldn't have just sold himself and saved us all the trouble.
Can you just imagine him sweeping and scrubbing for some Tevinter matriarch? Seriously, though, those scum have no right to our family's things. We should break in there. Get the will for Mother. I already talked to both of them about this. Gamlin said they guard the front entrance well.
Okay.
But Mother gave me her old key. She said it should unlock the cellar. Apparently the sewers run right beneath the house.
Varric won't say anything, and Meryl, let's bring him. That's that's the one I choose. What the fuck? Oh, that was the one that was really sad. Kind of gives you a very distinct visual style. Such a good sport. Sex, right, but you can't change your sex because some romantic options. One, did you pick a specialization yet? I think some of my characters have it. I also installed a mod that I don't know what the outcomes of it are, and I know it relates to the fighting stuff. So Bethany, let's Black Carver. Yeah, you see the thing is Carver. I've done the Carver run, and while Bethany is this old hanky that I recently cleaned down the goddamn table with, and he thrown into the bin, which I'm gonna do now because I can get up and pee. Um, like she's got more character. Like Carver is just he's just boring. There's no character in Carver. There's no oomph. Why do you think there's no like fan art of Carver, except maybe in the gay community because he's strong, I guess. But that's what Fenris is for, and Sebastian, and Anders. Anders is there very, very eagerly. It's kind of weird. It makes me wonder. Seriously, I've said this before, but the only thing I remember about Carver is that him alive, you'll find him in a brothel, and that's it. He eventually becomes a Templar, which, yeah, that makes sense. But why does he become a Templar? Considering his sister was a fucking, you know, mage, you'd think he'd not be okay. The thing is, though, the canon outcome is that Hawk is it's a mage, but can't have a you can't have a mage while also having a you can't have a mage and have Beth, as far as I'm aware. Like you can't have, for example, the third option. Is it better now? Because I just sat back down. Like I was busy out there, and now I'm back here. Like, hopefully it's okay now. The unbidden rescue. All right. Ambush. Your character is attacked. Oh, great, great. Is this an attack? Is it? Oh. Well, I did get up, so I'm guessing something happened there. I guess I can always do a little closer. I need to get myself a decent mic, a decent camera, decent everything. But I mean, when I'm using wicker furniture as my default. Oh, I remember this guy. Yeah.
The danger is past. Are you all right?
No thanks to this lot. Can't get a decent blade at a bargain anymore. You, though, you're what a man needs. A skilled enthusiast.
There a job in this rambling?
Name is Javaris Timtop, and I need someone to help me court the Kunari.
Court the Kunari? Make her think of the children.
Those hornheads in Kirkwall have a powder that explodes, and it's just
Gunpowder.
dust. No lyrium, no demons. Anyone can use it.
I often look at every second idiot and think, he needs more power.
I doubt they were eager to sell.
That Arishok said I wasn't worthy. That only their outcast, the Talvashath, or that mercenary. I said, great, I'll go talk to them. Didn't go over well. But, made me think. Maybe he'll bargain if I get rid of
I
somebody
like
who really
how he
bothers
doesn't
him more
understand.
than,
I like the...
me.
The Talvashath.
The Talvashath. Are you up for some paid hunting?
Your people must have something like that already.
Small things, shaped to crack faults, not shatter the earth.
The
Plus,
guy
mostly lyrium.
who's like the ultimate warrior from Awakening.
The global
Woo!
problem after problem.
He uses little bits of gunpowder and a good chunk of lyrium, so it's not really.
All right, I'll step in for you. For a price.
I'm done bargaining.
And
Thing I
keep
want
it
done
me alive.
right.
The game keeps calling you
Best
him.
I could figure, they're up the wounded coast.
No, yeah, that would change. Because I like playing the female Hawk. I remember
Get this right,
there's.
and we'll be richly rewarded. Richly.
Yeah, no, there's like. There's some factors I do like about it. Mostly because of convenience. I mean, it saves time. What I'm shocked about is that there's just not that many romantic options. But then I played Outer Worlds, where at best you can have a mildly flirtatious relationship with one character, and that's it. I didn't even read that. It's alcohol for you. Want to get into more slaughter? I'm turning into a berserker. I want more slaughter for more immediate effects. XP. Let me think. All right. Well, there's two things going on. Your sibling him? Oh yeah.
How do you figure?
I would have loved to have a brother, and a mother, and an uncle. It must be wonderful. You'd never be alone.
It is wonderful. Although it might be better without Uncle Gamlen.
All right. Now here's the thing. Uncle Gamblin is in a bad place. I like what they describe. If you follow Uncle Gamblin's plot through, it's almost like the Bloody Baron from Witcher 3, in which he's not implied to be a good guy, but he is a person with his own ups and downs, and I always kind of like that. Like, you see Gamlin, and he is about as neutral as he can be, you know? He'll take money wherever he can get it, but occasionally he'll, like, put his foot down and be like, no, this is wrong. Like he says when you welcome me at the docks, like, you never trade in slaves or flesh. Well, flesh is slaves. I don't know why they didn't include the two. He could have said something like, they never trade in lyrium or flesh, for example. Those are the two extremes.
I don't even wake Bianca for every threat anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said earlier, it's hard to pin down.
Control these passages.
What would the Quinari
I
be?
am more than capable of meeting any threat.
So I see. I expected to warn a caravan, not a well-equipped tracker. The
Gee, I wonder
passages
whose voice this could be.
littered with my kind. If you are as skilled as you look, it would please me if you killed them.
This is the first time you have a proper conversation with a Quinari. Well, obviously they're not from the Qun anymore. They are of the blood, but it's vague. They don't have a word for their own separate thing. The Koshak, which no one uses anymore. But what I found interesting about this whole conversation was this is the first conversation you have with someone besides Sen. Unless, of course, you played Awakening, in which case you have that merchant who is like, the Coon is a lie. Um, where would they be? Yeah, like they're not good, but they're not evil. They create stability. They're Jigalag. If you know your Elder Scrolls, they're Jigalag. They're going to create order, and you won't find yourself accosted by wild animals or um bandits on the road, but you won't be accosted by random obscure people either. Everyone will just robotically move from place to place as required. There's no soul in it. So I kind of like this Chalva. I am very much against the Coon because although the Coon gives a lot of order, and from that order it gives a lot of, you know, good things, there's no soul in it. And that's why the Iron Bull, a person who is intentionally given a lot of leeway, looks back at the kid and goes, this shit ain't right. You can lean him back in, or you can push him out. The same with Sten. Sten openly, there is a very hard to conversation path, Sten, the original game, where you can convince him, not that the Coon is bad, but rather that line of dialogue makes no sense, and he has to acknowledge it. And when he acknowledges it, he actually respects you more for it because he is being built in to respect anyone who can. It's like that stupid Steven Crowder meme. Change my mind. He will actually respect you more for changing. Jigalag, yeah, but got no soul. He knows what's up. Yeah, it's just the coon will keep you safe and fed, and if you need your body sorted out however the hell it wants, it's there. But how the fuck can you just casually wake up one morning in the coon and go, I want to be an artist? No, you can't. Instead, they'll literally carve a small chunk of your brain out. They've openly talked about that. The Iron Bull has talked about how what he does is, oh, it will get laid. Laid is not even a problem under the Qun. And you know what else? It's not a problem in the Qun in half a dozen other societies. You don't need the Qun for that. Just like, oh, he made the trains run on time. Well, so does tons of other countries. You notice how they don't flex it? Like, I guarantee you, no, I can guarantee you, Norway's trains run on time because I was there in Norway and they went up and they did it. But yeah, but freedom is cool, I guess. Well, compared to what's against it, yeah, the Coon is kind of interesting. But you are talking to a hardcore NCR sim, all right? Like, if anything, that that flag right there should be the flag of the courier, the yes man ending. But in reality, I'm always going to pick the NCR. You know why? Get shit done. Very slowly, but I don't need to wake up in the morning in fear of my life. It's the NCR. It's the same if you wake up in fucking Canada. You wake up in Canada and you're not going to be terrified that fucking Finland's going to launch some thermonukes at you. It's like if you wake up in, I don't know, fucking Tanzania. You're like, ah, what a great day to wake up in Tanzania. No one thinks like that. I wake up in Ireland and I'm like, ah, what a great day to be me. Or, oh, what a decision I made last night. Anyway, time to get on with it. And this is the same logic. The Qun is really cool in theory until you put it into practice. I actually like Stolas's. He reads the memories and the dreams of the Qun in Inquisition, including little things like a baker whose sole job, by the way, as their children were, was to be a baker, and they spend all day just baking bread, thousands upon thousands of loaves, right? Every once in a while, they put a little sprinkle of sugar when they're told not to, when no one looks, and that's their little act of resistance, and they go to sleep. A real society, does that. A good society does not. Who knows what the little acts of defiance North Korea are doing? Right now, there is somebody who is pissing to the left, even though the government said you must always piss to the right. I'm not even joking on that front. I think they do have a piss policy. And you think about that shit, like it's fucking. This is the thing. Like I love games that have lore and well anything, right? Like anything other than just kill the demon, except for Doom, because Doom is the baby of it. The lore of Doom is to kill people in Doom. Proper, good word. All right. That's very true. I shouldn't go on. Out of curiosity, Gage, what's your faction of the Dragon Age universe? As you can tell, I am not a fan of the Qun, even if I am respecting of its achievement. What about you? Where do you land? Hope you don't want the old Tevinter back. I, for would not like to be used as a blood sacrifice every four weeks of the month. You know.
You have turned your back on your kin?
Yes, for a second time. I did not like my role, so I left the queue. I do not wish to be a murdering thief, so I left these Talvashov to warn their victims.
He's no
You
Talvashov.
are no victim, so now I will leave.
I like his mindset because it's still natural. Like to him, he didn't want to be whatever the hell he was in the Qun, which was probably a warrior. He was probably one of the Sten. And then he was seeing how the Talvashoth were just like slaughtering people randomly. And he's like, I don't want this either. So he wanders off again, which is entirely within the logic of the Qun. Or rather, the subversion of the Qun. But now he doesn't know what to do with himself, so I like it.
I want a friendly way to get what I need.
You will be disappointed. They are reveling in chaos. It is a wretched freedom. I still need order, even if I insult the core of
He'd be good in an army
by selling my honor
or a
as
mercenary. Then I will.
If your blade is on the market, I'll pay.
No.
You sure you know what mercenary means?
Taking payment to face Tal Vishoth only proves that I've sold the last of myself.
I don't get that
I know
logic.
what I am. I don't need to belabor it. You have my word of caution, human. Heed it or do not.
The more they talk, the less I understand.
Yeah, that part I don't get. Anyone in the chat able to enlighten me? I offered to buy him after he renounced his thing. Mages, libertarians. Libertarians do something other than what does Ira. Alright. I support the idea of free mages just being integrated into our society. I with hindsight, with circle graduations. So you want a mages guild from Elder Scrolls or WoW or any you want Hogwarts. That's what you're after. And I'm okay with this. It's just that in this universe, you know, demons take over mages. And mages, as a rule, seem to every mage you can see seems to want to have this inherent urge to kind of like control non-mage people. Even Anders. And Anders is the big of this universe. Because, well, we'll see, won't we? Hell, we're gonna have him as a goddamn companion pretty soon. The graduation test applies acceptable resistance. But they already have that. It's called a harrowing. And it doesn't solve anything. Because just because you can survive it once, like I'm a big 40k fan. So that means I understand the idea of like wearing away. I can imagine like if you're 50 or 60 or 70, the idea of like a demon constantly gnawing at you is, well, it's going to end result you being a little bit more open. And the second you are the little, this is why the Qun treat their magic users so absolutely disgustingly, because in their world of absolutes, well, you get to see what they do with the absolutes. I don't support this either. I love Anders' response to when he meets the Qun and wants to commit suicide, which we will meet too pretty goddamn soon. But
Not likely.
there's only three ways going about this. Number one, chantry control. Number two, Devinter level mages controlling everyone and slaughtering it. And number three, what? Going out into the woods and becoming a demon. So Logan was literally a hero twice over. He's still fucked up. He's not a mage. 100% true. I do not deny that Logain was a sack of shit. Although there are people in fucking Inquisition to this day who will still defend him. Almost like if you go to Central Europe and you talk about Admiral Haughty, or you go to Spain and you talk about Franco. There will always be people ready to defend that shit. I'm one of them. I understand that Logain made a judgment call that is, if you've read the book, is mostly based around the idea of Orlais. He could have asked not Marek, Kalen could have asked him for any support in any way from any other country, but he got it from for Orlais. And Orlais was ready to help because, they don't want to have to deal with a blight. But, you know, Logain was like, no, people who oppressed and tried to destroy us are bad. I don't want them. The problem is when you have demons, it's universal. That's the difference. Like, no, like someone in the Anderfells not give a fuck if Orlais is on the warpath. They're gonna fight Nervar. They're gonna fight Ferelden. They're gonna fight the Free Marches, and more often than not, lose. If I remember right in the lore, they get little bits of territory here and there, but they just happen to be the most fertile of regions. Nationalistic bullshit. Powering each grads have further training. They do because they go into they become heads of orders. Wynn talks about this. So does the head of um the circle in Ferelden, and the head of the circle in here in Kirkwall also has shit. And Vivienne talks about this shit. So obviously there's several they don't just stop after their howering. But if anything, I think that they're taught more about magic than the Harry Potter, like by a big degree. And let's be honest here, for a good reason, because magic does not. Let's say magic has harder implications if you fuck up than in the Harry Potter universe. Um, Temple of Mage one. Yeah, he could have Orlays was really busy with Griff gift. Yeah, oh, his was just entirely based the idea of foreigners coming into his country. And um, if you've read the books, which I think you have, um, you know as well as I do that it's justifiable. But here's the thing: by the time Alistair or anyone is fighting him in the Landsmeet, like he's not the same sort of person. He's changed. That's why I always have no problem killing him or keeping him alive. He's a useful tool, but like we're talking about maybe 5% of the population still support him. Particularly, almost exclusively the people who fought with him. Okay, what about everyone else? That's like siding with David Duke because he got like 1% of the vote. It's like, yeah, there is about maybe 5,000, 10,000 people who would stand and fight with him, but still David Duke. He's still Logain. He's still he still sold slaves off to the Vinter. He's still enslaved. He still imprisoned a bunch of people who disagree with him. And if he's fighting for Ferelden, then that is a very un-Ferelden thing to do. Fereldans are based off the Anglo-Saxon English, and they are obsessed with the idea of who and who should not. But what the fuck to do? What the fuck? There we go. in the free marches, they never really describe it as much of a personal sort of. Oh. Hey, level up.
Everyone stay still and try not to make
I
any
could buy
noise.
to one bad apple on each side, Templar Mage, at least. Yeah, I got him. Okay, so Templar Mage Muggle. Alright. Each one of them were like bad, but they all seem to point back to Logain. They all seem to point back to the idea of Logain being so desperate to secure victory. My argument to Logain is this, that he was lazy. He gave up too quickly and he kind of he kind of he took the easy way out, but all those easy way outs turned out to be disasters. That's kind of what I was aiming for, the beacon. Yeah, I want it to be an aura. What's the point of doing it if yeah. Um he ended up being this he used his clout basically to take over government, but too many people saw through him, and that's why the Landsmeet is, in theory, so quickly resolved. Like, the most important person in the Landsmeet besides him is not Brendan Howell, what's his name? Lehman. And it's so quickly resolved once you get him. Obviously, you can fuck up, but there's no canon ending where you fuck up and he takes the warden as a result, where he starts to realize. He doesn't get in canon, he doesn't get the opportunity to realize that he was wrong. In canon, he's in prison, which, okay, maybe in that case he does, but we don't get to see it. In most other cases, let's be honest here, he's killed. And in um, some cases, he like succeeds, but then he gets deposed anyway because his daughter is a backstabbing cunt. I will never get over the fact that no matter what I do, she's still like, oh, yeah, um, he just killed 90% of my guards, but you really need to take him to custody. I'm like, oh, so I have to kill another 10% of your guards. Okay, I can't think of any situation where these guys would be versatile or useful in a fight, but alright, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to kill some people. Yeah, sure, sure. Afterwards, yeah, let's give Alistair over to you and give you a throne. Sure. If I'm a female Suzland, fuck no. You're gonna be hanging from a tree, bitch. You and your dad. Forced to know murdered their own. Meredith is not a good example if you're trying to fucking defend that shit. Meredith is a sack of shit. In this game, 100% agree. Like there's like Orstinio in particular, like he immediately goes Anders' worst nightmare and just is like, hey, it looks like we're all going to die. I guess I'm going to summon demons now. Oh, okay, into the yeah, the offend. Okay, okay, that's fair enough. That's relax. The drink is talking. That's all. But Like Meredith, like this whole situation is fucked up. But let's be honest here. One of these things is not quite like the other. Like Meredith is story-wise as what we want to feel, and in the actual dialogue, Meredith done fucked up. Meridia ate mommy Meridia in this one. So this is of course what I always think of her whenever I hear that voice actress in Skyrim. Who needs SCOTUS? Right? Like, fuck this shit. Let's just give it over to the Vine. Oh, what's this? You need to talk to three people and do three random quests. Oh, okay. You think that's how that happened? Because if you ever watch Lincoln, that is kind of how they imply it happens to get the votes they needed. He had his agents who were sent out to Washington to all like the whorehouses and the gambling dens to get all the different um the congressmen and the senators their votes. Like this one needs this one needs that. Like do it, and then they all have these sort of like really like you think it was like that because I don't think it was that bullshit. You know, like I think there were some people who were like, "Hey, I think this is terrible. I'm not going to support it." Or, "Hey, I think," in the case of slavery, "Hey, I think this is okay, and I'm going to fight against you." Which they do hint at in the movie Lincoln. If you haven't seen the movie Lincoln yet, go and watch it. If only for the level of acting that's involved in it. Holy shit. Spell magic. Oh, it's such a double-edged sword. Um, Death Siphon, worthless. Walking Bomb, also worthless. We go Petrify? Yeah, that can be useful. There. No Petrify. Yeah, I read the previous message that you retracted. There's no reason that you had to retract it. You said nothing wrong. Um, I will say this, that I do get why Anders does what he does in this game, especially after playing Awakening, where the literal concept of justice is, for lack of a better term, like wedged into his skull. But I still kill him, even if I romance him. And I do that because what he did was wrong. And it starts a civil war. Right at the time when a certain fucking Dread Wolf makes his appearance. Oh no. Almost like all this shit is goddamn fucking planned. Which it is, because he's openly admitted that a bunch of elves are his supporters. Not just like in the very cool mission when you have to go to the Winter Bowl. Alright, fair enough. Oh, could you imagine like how to resolve the SCOTUS deadlock in Dragon Age? You just have to talk to three people and it'll give you 3 points of the map to go to and resolve. And it would all resolve with like killing people. That would be it. I'm not going to support any idea on abortion rights until what Tucker, Santorum, and I don't know Ingram are all killed, or vice versa.
The body is round.
Oh shit!
Wish I could do more cheers. Cheers.
Hey! First Enchanter Fiona. First of all, very accurate name. Second of all, thank you so much for the extra $5. No, you helped a lot. Don't you ever, if you can't donate zero, if you can't donate zero, I really mean that. Like, if you're so poor that you sold the inside out of your pockets a while back, that's okay. If you donate $1, that is okay. If you now donate 100, which has happened, and let's be honest here, I can hope happens again, that's okay. All is welcome. Thank you so much for the donation. I hope you're having a fun time. Silverite? Yes, please. With that money, I can do things. The chair is happening on Wednesday, which, well, it's being bought on Wednesday. Amazon is up to Amazon whether or not it will deliver as quick as it will, but I will hold fingers that I won't be waiting long. In the meantime, we have other things. For example, like the trip to the States, which is happening as soon as Wednesday hits, which will almost certainly means the money you're giving right now is going towards the trip to America. And I really do appreciate that. I'd appreciate it if you were giving it me beer money, which I've asked for and you've delivered in the past. So, as always, any money given, greatly appreciated. Anyway, back to the idea of back to the idea of what are we talking about? The blight? No, it was a little more nuanced than that. Had something to do with the lore of the series. I know that.
I've never met it.
Alright, so there's something over here we haven't uncovered yet, so let's go.
That's because you've spent too much time frolicking in the woods, Daisy. Dwarves don't frolic.
Dalish don't really frolic either. Not in the woods, anyway.
You have sanctioned frolicking areas?
No, just not in the woods. The trees get jealous.
But you do frolic.
Of course we do. We wouldn't be elves otherwise.
I can imagine elves less frolicking in the woods and more frolicking in like open pastures. You know, the stuff that cows' dreams made out of. And that's when they'd meet a human for the first time. And depending on whether or not it's a Japanese or Western thing, they're either going to be they're going to leave up to your imagination or they're going to have hardcore sex. Oh, you are strange. Why do your ears sound so big? Trust me, love. Our ears get pretty big in a different. What do you mean? That's not tortoise. Oh. And then they fuck. Go to your party in Spencer Fort. Why, yes, please. Let's help Avaline out here. Even though she's not technically here, I can actually summon her. So yeah, if I remember right, alright. Come on. As always, guys, Redwater Raiders. Nice. The Meryl's being sarcastic. No, I don't. I think there are officially sanctioned frolicking areas, but we'll never know, will we? I the idea of it too. Like no nonsense areas where you can be like, ha ha ha, I'm an elf. Because that's what elves do, right? We have to live up to the stereotype. I mean, I'm an Irishman, and in America, I'd still be okay to drive, and I find that very scary. In fact, I find that terrifying.
I kind of like the Canary. You always know what they want. Absolutely nothing.
Incorrect.
Go away, Nazra Bashidan.
But alright, I need to actually go back and select Aveline. No, no, I don't. My bad. It's the last of Sebastian's quest. Can you do this now? Some of those sound effects, I reckon. No,
That's not really my thing.
no, fuck you. Some of those sound effects are right out of the Abe games. Well, technically Oddworld games. La la la, I'm an elf. La la la, I'm a representation of the lower classes defiling the upper classes. Tra la la. What difference does that make? Oh, you're dick. And then they beg. Consensual. And then there's at least 3 YouTube channels that mock it. Was it the Soulists or something like that? They tend to do that shit. Gather your party and venture forth. Alright, so I've got to summon. Yeah, so I've picked the wrong.
What makes the gang so angry at night? Someone should do something about them.
Well, you see, at night they're not getting laid. Meryl, could you offer sexuality as a response? I mean, otherwise we gotta kill them, right? They're all men, except for the women. In which case, wouldn't that be self-resolving? I'm so angry because I can't get laid. Okay, well, she's so angry because she can't get laid. You can't get laid, then go and.
Bugger off.
Dude, we work together. What the hell? Oh, that's someone.
Bugger off. Bugger off.
Okay, guess I'll bugger off. Journal. Let's look at a new quest. We have more than enough money. We're just doing this now so we can be over drunk when we arrive at the deep roads. In case you thought I wasn't aware, obviously. Feels good tidying up while being high as giraffe ass. You know what I like best about being high and cleaning? It's that you can clean in your own unique way. Imagine being like a professional cleaner and high. You get obsessed as fuck of doing everything the way the boss wanted. You know? Bull fucking
You
shit.
could do anything, just anything.
you do. That's easy. Be normal. No magic. Just normal.
Really? You wouldn't fly across Thedas or eat a cake the size of Kirkwall? Keep a baby griffin for a pet?
Well, now that you say it, the griffin might not be so bad.
I'd name mine Feathers.
Feathers. What a lazy name for a griffin. That's like calling a lizard scaly. Come on.
Tom Wise?
Huh? Oh, Hawk. Haven't seen you since Mirren hired me for that Red Iron job. Been a while.
Oh.
Heard you're going on some expedition into the Deep Roads. And right into Darkspawn territory. Sure that's wise?
What was? Good times, Davy. Gotta get up for work in 7 hours. You all have a good night. Gage, it is always good to see you. I hope to see you again. And I hope you had a good night. Wait, before I go, did you know that if you buy 50 drinks at the Hamman feature entering in the Hamman chance page saying, "Oh, I did not know that!" 50 drinks. But I thought it was each pass out is 3. That's a shit ton of interaction. That's bullshit. I can get that in my own bar far sooner. In fact, I already have it. They go, "How you doing? Hey." And if I go to the States, "How you live? How you?" And you know what I do? 5. I can do that in 5. That's some rookie numbers from Hawk buying into the lie of the house. Yeah, you pass out if you keep having a drink over and over again. Eventually, you wake up. And they use the same animation for Mass Effect as you do in that. Look, I'll do it. I'll go to the Hangman afterwards and show you.
It's a risk, but if we succeed, it'll be worth it.
Just watch your back. That's all I'm saying. Say, you still in the market for some poisons? The Red Iron's been scarce, and business has been a little slow. You find any rare reagents?
You can literally see the line where his character mesh
Since
comes
you're an
in.
old friend, here's a recipe. My speciality.
Yeah,
Everyone needs an edge sometimes, right?
appreciate it. Yeah, I'll go straight. Yeah, I'll go straight to the Hangman and show what the fuck I'm talking about. All right, fair enough. Cheers, Hawk. Ah. All right. If you're curious, pop in. Make a mental note. Pop in when you left, and I'll keep on doing it. I'm gonna go straight to the Hangman.
I think Uncle Gamlen comes here.
Ah. All right, this question have to. What the fuck is the Hawk? And again, there. Yeah, has been a few years. There he is. They keep it up as an effigy, but do.
Let's have a game. You have to when you're dealing with this lot. Let's see how you like drunk men pinching your ass and trying to lick you. Ugh.
But babe, they're giving you free drink. Love, 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 love. Think about it. Alcohol. Here we go. That's the same exact move as Mass Effect.
Welcome to the Hanged Man.
What's the word on the street?
The craziest thing. Apparently, the pigeon population has taken a nosedive in Ferelden. Weird, huh? What kind of sick individual preys on those innocent things?
I don't know. What about, for example, a statue that gains sentience? after it was well aware that it was being pooped on for decades.
Any other news?
You hear about the Earl of Redcliffe? Some say Andraste herself reached down and cured him so he could unite the land.
Some say some smart-off started the entire campaign after he left Lothering by going straight to deal with the Earl of St. Regatta. Which is kind of weird, because how else would he know unless he played it once before?
Any other news?
I hear rumors of a healer in Darktown who's looking after the sick. For free. Imagine that.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I remember.
Thanks. I should go.
Anytime.
Hey, Nora, you and me in my room upstairs. What do you say?
What do you say? Heh, alright then. Why don't you go and you have yourself another drink? I would, but I'm all focused on one thing right now. And involves my face in your ass. What do you say? Can I have a picture of my cat? Oh, you mean, oh, it's a literal cat. Nah, nah, I think that cat sucks. Yeah, I thought so. No. How can he be that shit-faced if he's been pouring that mug for the last hour? Also, she did a shit
Here's
job.
the thing. We need to find a way into the deep roads.
Oh, trust me,
Lantern
we
can
can
lead
do
us to
it.
the right place once we're down there, but we need a good entrance.
I love Varric's design. He's like the correct way to be like very masculinely proud of himself. Obviously, there's no inherent inferior or incorrect way of doing it, but there's some ways that imply that, oh, you're a big fan of Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro. Okay, I probably could have guessed the way you act and look. Varric is kind of like, yeah, stop. What? Me. Me. With my giant ass fucking chest hair. What can I say? I'm over here, strutting my masculinity. Why are you doing your thing? Okay, that's cool too. There's a place over here you want to pull up next to the fire. It's a good fire. Talk. Talk. Be bros. Oh, bros not the correct term? We can be people together. How about that? Yeah. And then you do. Like, he's very all-encompassing. Let's be honest here. He's also very unauthentic. There aren't people like this that often in the world. There are a few, and there are growing. It's almost like a sort of paragon to reach rather than like, hey, I come from a rich society. I don't care what. Huh? Sure about that? What if my son tried to marry your daughter? I'd kill him for being inferior. I mean, whatever, like it's all
Anyone
cool.
knows how to get down there, it'll be him.
We needed to hear the Hangman theme at least once. Also, it's midnight. Damn. Big props out to Gage. He kind of held out the whole time out here. Oh god, it's almost 1 o'clock. Awesome. Well, I haven't even started my third bottle yet. Why the hell should I do it alone? You motherfuckers are gonna deal with me. Getting that level of drunk. Yes.
Why would a Grey Warden know?
Like, share, and subscribe. Money.
Wardens don't
Share.
just fight
So I'm
things
not
down.
fucking having to use
The deep
fucking
roads
wine, so I'm not in agony all the
They
time.
might be able to point us to those who do.
I wasn't planning for this tonight. I happened to realize that pain hurts. And at that point, I'm like, hey, I can't stream like this. Oh no. It's by the way, if you're curious, it's right here. For the heavier ones of us, it's here on your left love handle. Little bit above the that little dimple you have there on your left. As right. That's and no matter how I position myself, it's always the focus of it. That is the core. That's the core of the paint. So the rest of my left leg is, as imagine, in varying degrees of pain. The lower half of my left thigh is not happy, but I can live with it. If it was like that and nothing else, I'd be okay with it. Afterwards, it goes from differing degrees of numbness. This side is okay unless I'm literally on the bed trying to do a stream with you, and then over time, well, I put too much pressure on that side. Well, same thing happens to all of us, right? You put too much pressure on one side of the leg or the other, or one side of the body and the other. Well, no, what I need, for starters, what I need is a better back, which I don't have because I've got a wicker basket for a, a chair right now, not designed for this. That motherfucker over there caused me enough problems as it is. That's the old school chair I had for 4 years, maybe even 5. And I threw on my old black um business chair, my own executive chair. I gave it away because I was like, oh, I don't.
Sounds like you have it all planned out, Varric.
And that, Messer, is why I'm here. Supposedly, this Grey Warden came in with some other Ferelden refugees not long ago. A Lowtown woman named Lorene has been helping the Fereldans. We talked to her. Maybe we learn where he is. I'll keep after my contacts, see if I can drum up any other work.
Back friendship, 50.
So, there's no circle among the Dalish?
Any child with a gift of magic is apprenticed to a keeper. In another clan if there's no need in her own.
That sounds nice.
Magic is a gift of the creators. Why wouldn't we use it?
Demons!
It just seems wasteful for humans to lock their mages away where they can't do any good.
But you are a blood mage.
Yes. No response. Nothing. Okay. Cool. I don't like that. Like, if you're gonna have a conversation like that, keep it going. Yes, she is a blood mage. That's very bad. Right? Inventory full. Oh shit. You know what? We should go and sell our stuff. Well, first of all, we should equip what we need to equip. If there's anything to be equipped. No. Yeah, we got more than enough gold. And yes, that means we could immediately start the second act. I wouldn't recommend it, but we could do it.
Are you really not afraid of apostates? Not even a little?
Sunshine, I'm a dwarf, in case you missed that detail.
Dwarves aren't completely immune to magic, you know.
No. I meant there are at least 30 people in this town who'd murder my family over trade deals. Who has time to worry about apostates with a merchant's guild breathing down your neck?
In that case, I see.
Could have said that.
I hope serendipity is
Hightown. Hightown Market is over.
Taffy? Taffy, here go.
Taffy! Taffy! Where are you, Taffy? I need you to clear out the minefield, Taffy. Oh, good. We have our special guest for tonight, Taffy. Ta uh, Taffy, be a good sport, and make sure that every fourth mine stops beeping. They keep on beeping. I don't know why they keep on beeping, but I think after but at least some of them. Oh,
No loitering.
oh, well, go. That's a perfect example. Wasn't even expecting that.
Use a new pair of boots, yes?
I was trying to give him a bit of a work. He deserves a bit of work. He's a good worker, that one. He tries hard. We get everything of Sir Weasley's. Everything but Sir Weasley's. How the bap 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 bap. Seriously, she's the only one who makes a note that you stole her husband's. Fuck it. There we go. The money matters more. It's like playing a game of BattleTech. Guess where I'm going? Once again, Jesus Christ. I'm drinking wine. What the fuck? Will be, I guess. I'm gonna kill you, most likely. Dalish.
The refugees live here.
Dale.
It's almost enough to make me grateful for Uncle Gamlen.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did try to soften the blow by saying he had a nice house.
This is yours, if I'm not mistaken.
Found it. By the void, I didn't think. Thank you.
It's so generic, but yeah. Crafting, poisons, grenades, all well and good. My response back to that is why, when I can
Where else can
kill.
we go? Nowhere, that's where.
It's alright, maybe you should enjoy the Imperial Guard. No, considering you're a part of it. Thank you, stranger.
For Eldon's free marchers, all shins are the same down here.
I think this is the cellar door.
Okay. Okay with this. How we get our title back. I'm okay with this.
Now we fight! I'm stuck! Better leave the pretty one
Hey sister, any idea what the fuck that was? We just killed a bunch of people. And you're just kind of like, yeah, yeah, I guess we do that. Are these like bad people? I don't want them in my home, but could we have talked? No?
Here we go!
Where? Bap. Portrait of your mother. Okay, cool. So we got a portrait of my own mother. Awesome. It's truly sad what happened to the Amels, isn't it? I still remember her grandmother talking about the balls the Lord Amstel used to hold with their state, and the end of doing Antivan violins. But it's talking about how great the.
Mother described it, but this is the first time I've seen it. Wouldn't it feel like something to live in a house with this above the door?
To arms!
Smash, smash, smash. Bash their heads in with the pommel of your blade. Let's switch to fancy poison. But does that mean that the poison was in vogue at one point, or does that mean? Yes. I'm gonna go with yes. I'm actually surprised myself. We're almost near 1 o'clock, and I am not so drunk I can barely see. Hey, buddy, buddy. In all fairness, you are probably right in more ways than one. Five. Oh, okay. I think once we hit 30, I'm going to go and start focusing my character more on constitution, so they don't die.
That's the vault. Everything we want to know about our family is inside.
What are you talking about? We're in the vault, right? So you're saying the vault was below the wine. So you're saying that you focused your family's obsessive secrecy more on its wine than you did on its secrets? Oh, yes, we backed the current coup, but we don't need to know exactly what year of the Burgundy we picked. Another day listing all my cool stuff on eBay. You got a lot of cool stuff. I hope you can get the money that it deserves. Not even half of it right now will keep you afloat. Do not. I really mean
This
this.
is it. Grandfather's will. Mother needs to see this as soon as possible.
Do not get stingy now. Take the offers given. They're not what you could if you have the time to kind of like flex and wait. Do you? Probably not. Take the money and just one day. I actually knew someone who was in your position, your exact position. They were homeless. They lived at the back of a car in Cali. Um, and they had a bunch of Star Wars stuff. They had to sell that shit off just so they could survive. But they did okay. Home, they rebought that stuff. When I met them, they were rebuying that shit. It was on the up. You'll meet people who were like, hey, so what's going on with you? And you're gonna turn around and go like, hey, so do you know anime? Well, I know anime, and I know anime figurines because I used to have a bunch, and then I didn't, and now I do a little bit more. Exhibit A, what I just bought. They were like, holy shit, and you were like, ah,
We'll take it to her right now.
There will be a tomorrow.
Blood's
Just
blood and all, but you are taking
it
advantage of my
fucking sucks
hospitality.
that you have to experience it
It's
today,
only fair
but it
if
will
you make
pass.
something of a
Just keep it up.
monthly contribution.
You sold my children into servitude. Now you're asking me to pay rent?
Maybe just put something towards food.
Which would be
We
nice.
found the will.
He forgave you, Mother. Grandfather left you everything. Here, read it.
I should maybe...
To my daughter Leandra, and all children born of her, the estate in Hightown and all associated revenues.
Yep.
Check out the part where Gamlen is left only a stipend, to be controlled by you.
Gamlen, how could you?
You're the one who ran away, Leandra. What happened to love is so much more important than money.
It is!
You didn't even come home for the funeral.
The twins were a week old.
We all have our burdens. Mine was looking after a life you abandoned. How long was I supposed to wait?
I doubt you let the ashes get cold.
I took care of Father. I stayed. And on his deathbed, all he could talk about was Leandra. Look, sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it, but I did. And there's nothing I can do to get it back.
I don't expect that, Gamlen. It's enough to know Mother and Father didn't die angry. I'll petition the Viscount for rights to reclaim the estate. Make her willing, you'll have your house back within weeks.
You don't have the coin or standing to even get an audience with the Viscount.
Bullshit.
You've got to be someone in this city to live in that house again.
Then I had better get started.
I love how it's the idea of Gamlen's apathy. He could, in theory, it's a very lean theory, but it's a theory that if he just got off his arse and did something, he'd get where he needed to be. Now, even if not where he wanted to be, but where he needed to be. But I'm like, look at this. This is, like, I'd be okay with this. Especially if it was after I lost everything. I'd be like, where can I put up shop? And he'd be like, oh, put up, say, over there. I'll move one of the random tables that have no meaning. And move it from A to B. Because there's so much goddamn room. And I would get to work from here.
So, what? Are you here to gloat? Gamlen's the idiot again. Gamlen's the fool who can't hold his money when it's given in a bloody silver basket. I tried, you know, when Leandra left. But no one was ever going to live up to her.
I've seen the nobles in this town. Your parents must have had a fortune. Where did it all go?
Well, it's not like I stood at the side of the wharf and hurled it over. I tried to invest it. I got some good tips on trade in Kunari cheeses.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, a man's got needs.
He
I'm not
hoard.
denying I spent more on myself than I should have, but I figured it'd all work out.
I love this idea that, like, you know, I've got a YouTube channel. I occasionally make 10 or 20. By that logic, I can take a loan out of 5 grand. Yeah, sure, fuck it.
What was she like? As a girl?
We're only a year apart. But that was time enough for Leandra to get our parents wrapped firmly around her little finger. They showed her off at every opportunity. The beauty, the scholar, the light of their lives. As far as they were concerned, they should have stopped there.
So, the best way to make Daddy love you was to steal his money?
I changed their filthy sheets and wiped their chins through 2 bouts of the cholera, and the last word Father said was... Leandra. I'm not looking for love, but at least I got the money.
And here I was, just about to like you.
Hey, go fuck yourself. Actually, if anything, I support him because I had to look after a family member near the end of her life, and it's not a thankful job. In fact, the only thanks you're gonna get is from the third parties looking out, coming in, going, "Yeah, I remember that." Going themselves, remembering their own horrible experiences. But I remembered how to fucking control them, and one of them had a stroke. You want to have a stroke? Okay. So you're gonna do exactly what everyone else says, and if they don't want you to do it, you know what you do? You fucking back them. Then, you know why? Everyone gets angry at you because you think you're going after someone who can't defend themselves. Live until you fucking woken up with somebody who is fucking mentally handicapped coming at you with a fucking blade. At that point, you do understand. Hey, people are stupid. If you're waiting for the joke, half of that was fake. Half of that story was fake. The rest of it, there's a hint of truth. I will say this. We are not owed to our family. We are not owed to our family. Near the end of our lives of our family have one place, and that is an old folks' home where people who are trained can look after them and ease them into death. Because quite simply, we don't have the skill. We don't have the oomph, and trust me when I say it never ends well unless that someone dies super early. I would not support gambling. But I will say this. I get gambling. Yeah. Yeah, you had to put up with a lot of shit.
Why don't you go pick up something at the market? You could use some air.
What? Hey!
Oh yeah, sure, just throw him out of his
Believe
fucking house.
Gamlen stole Mother's entire inheritance. I mean, I can believe it. That's the worst part. I would never
Gusta, you never actually got to experience it until about what? Like, was it 5 years? Like, dude, I'm not trying to do a dick wave. You went through some shit. I remember when you said that your mom started to turn felt but good for you because you loved her. My grandma, on the other hand, that was a 9 year ordeal of her mind going from her first stroke to last her last influenza inspired, I don't know, clench. We all die for something. Myself included. Yourself included. You will die for something one day. But oh my god. I I've never talked about this and I don't think I ever will, but I was the equivalent of like a conscript soldier told they have to fight for the fatherland, pointing towards a target and then flung out. I had no training. Like what the fuck was I meant to do? I had to put up with her. And I put up with her poorly. But you know what? I put one up with her in a way that was better because some of people fucking enabled the worst elements of it because they were expecting her to die next week. Well, she wasn't. She was gonna linger for decades, or near around a decade. Like I said, 9 years. She was a cunt, and I'm glad that she's dead. I really do. I really do. And I'm not alone in that front. But I had to put up with her. And I don't recommend it. You got to put up with someone that you fucking love. I got up with someone who I loved past tense, asked me to look after. Like, it's not the same thing. When you have to look after your mother in the near days, she had someone nearby. It's a good sign. My grandmother, she died. Fuck. Oh, don't get me wrong. People came in to say their goodbyes because they were required by fucking status. They didn't love her. We had, I had drinks with people afterwards, and when they were like, "Oh, for fuck, I can tell you a story about your grandmother," I'm like, I can guarantee I'll believe it, and I heard it. Like there was no love involved, and it was not my job to look after her. Family is not obligated. Obligated. That's the key word there. It has this obsessive word, ob, that I. It's not obligated to look after the elder part of the family or like that. When I die, I'm gonna die in the street. I'm gonna die in an old folks home. I'm going to die, I don't know, in combat. I don't fucking care. I'll care then and there, but I'm not gonna dictate someone else's life. I saw my mother waste, and I'm not kidding here, 100,000 euro. Now you put that into dollars on a woman who frankly put deserved fucking Nasia. My mother did not agree with it. Her brother, her brother 100% agreed with it. As did about a third of the family who failed to show up for the funeral. We are not slaves to our family. We are if we want to be, but that's not slavery, that's choice. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I was enslaved to my grandma as she died, as she decayed, until to the point I didn't have a choice in the matter, and someone else took it out. When I was there, though, I was not her friend. I was the person who kept her alive. Oh, oh. You want vindication? Decades later, I heard someone say once, "You think like this now, next year you won't think like this." Oh, motherfucker! The person who said that is dead. I still alive. I fucking remember. I remember the joy of backhanding that cunt and telling her the following: "No, no, you eat this, whether you like it or not." And she ate it. And I said, "Do you remember when he said that to me?" And she looked up and she said, "I thought," and I gave her like this, and she was very quiet. I was like, that I said it, you remember? And she said, yes, that's why I am fucking. Because she knew what she was doing was wrong from the day before. I did the exact same thing. But you know what? When the funeral came, I was one of her pauldron bearers. Because once you die, you die. That's it. That's the end of it. The person is dead. The body and other people who matter way more. So I helped that corpse of a cunt, of a true piece of shit, into her grave. And over the years, I've actually discovered more about her than I ever thought. And you know what? It's positive too. She was a huge union worker. She worked in SIP2. She was one of the last people in SIP2 who actually could have fought for genuine workers' rights. Which is why I always thought it was strange when my ma, as a kid, had the same rights, because it was given to her. And she threw it out. She threw it out for money. Yeah, my ma sold out. I'm not judging her for that way of things. Judge her for that for. But my grandmother, long dead. I will always remember the day where she realized she was all mouth and I wasn't. And that is what you fight for. When your family fights back, you fight back harder. This is why Augusta, to you, this is alien. Because you loved your mother. You loved your family. And you still, I assume, love what family connections you have. I don't hate it. I envy you. But I came from a different. So that's where I'm. My place came from a place where my grandmother was a piece of shit, and she's dead. But before she died, I made her realize she was a piece of shit. Now, that is something I think more people, particularly in the Bible Belt, need to fucking do. I'm talking about more cases of children fucking, fucking dominating their parents. I've seen it firsthand. Now, does that mean violence? Yeah, probably. But it will happen? That's not how Americans work. But should it? Yes. Actually, should. No. Because should, it never would have happened in the first place. Worst day of my life. Like, Augusta, like I don't ever want you to think that I am unaware of your agony, because I've suffered too. Like, I lost someone in my life. I've lost friends, and once you lose friends in your life, what's the difference between that and family? You know, depends on the friend, right? Well, depends on the family. Right now, you could be losing an obscure cousin, like a fifth generation cousin. And they could be a great person or a piece of shit or anything in between. But they could just, have a heart attack, drop down, die. There. That's the end of it. Are you going to know of it? Probably not. I'm not. When that shit happens to me, it only ever happened through my mother. And, oh, I could contact my mother because the way she thinks these days. Which is an extra shame because I'm very aware that if you go back far enough, you can actually see her in videos. Yeah, I wanted her to be a part of this. It's gone. But you know what? Fuck it. You don't get to choose family. You don't get to choose. Well, you don't get to choose a lot of. Also, you don't get to choose what choice I make in the 1-3 because we have to get the games going. So, yeah,
You're a better person than Gamlen could ever be.
I picked
Well,
the up.
hopefully we'll be out of here soon. You know, when we went to look for that will, I thought we were doing it for Mother, for what she lost. I didn't realize how much it would mean to me. To know I had grandparents who didn't hate me.
Yeah, if I remember right, Bob grandparents tried to kill him in the first place.
They might have been all right with the Ferelden thing, but just imagine if they'd known you were an apostate.
You're such a wretch. I was
Why?
just hoping it would be different this time. Here in Kirkwall. We're not running away again. We're coming home.
I like their story. I just think that they don't. How to put this? They don't. It doesn't come across as natural, especially your character. But how do you do that?
What do you mean, running away again?
Did you think I don't know? How often we had to move because the Templars were coming. I know how much you all sacrificed to protect me. But we're at the end of the line now. There's nowhere left to run. And there's something almost comforting in that.
Why did Mother and Father work so hard to keep you from the Circle? Would it have been so bad?
I guess at first, I was just a little girl. They didn't want to lose me. And once I had learned anything,
Yeah, but
what we
father
did
was
was
also
due
an
to an act of
apostate, so by
apostate, not
default he was
discriminating on a
making a
child.
statement.
It changed their lives, your life, Carver's, all because of who I am.
I kind of relate to the
Sometimes I wonder
family a
if it
little
would
bit.
have been so bad to be with my own kind, to serve the Chantry as Andraste demands.
Um, my granddad on my dad's side was a Jewish communist who fled the Sudetenland when Hitler occupied it. So, as you can imagine, he wouldn't have been very well. He wouldn't have been very well accepted. But he wasn't very well accepted in London either, with a name that he did, Trzaskowski. Trzaskowski. Um, so he went out of his way to reorganize his family, or rather, the lack of family. As far as I'm aware, it was him and my oldest uncle, who I never met because he died in the 80s. I know. Um, I'm going off the most obscure shit that my dad talked about. The only other person on this planet right now who could describe to me anything would be my uncle, who was apparently um an English teacher in Munich or south of Munich. Uh, he liked to rock climb, and if I remember right, they had a school near the Black Forest. That was it. That was like that's all he knew. Um, he came over for my dad's 70th. No, he was. he came over for a major event. I don't know what it was, and he came over about 2 years before my dad died. And then my dad died, and we were left with no way of contacting him, which makes all the sense to me because I looked at my dad straight in the eye about 5 years before he died and said, "Hey," I called him Roy because his name was Roy. "Hey, Roy, do, do you want me to do anything after you die? Like, you talk about shit and you don't plan shit, so maybe deal with this." He's like, "Ah." And he thought about it, and like, "I would like to be buried in the south of France." I'm like, "The south of France?" I was like, "Yeah, okay. Would you like us to bury you in the south of France?" Like, "I don't fucking care because my my corpse doesn't matter." And he's like, "Yeah, okay, that makes sense." You know what I should have asked? I should have asked, "Hey, so your brother left you with information, right?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course he did. Here it is right here. Hey, your half, my half brothers, your children have information, right? They're gonna be right here, right?" And he's gonna be like, "Yeah, sure, I'll just give it right here." But he didn't. So his children in the UK can make assumptions that their parents are dead, but I can never tell them. Think about that. I can never look them in the eye and be like, "Yeah, your dad said this is how he died." Wasn't pleasant either. Oh, if you're wondering about his ashes, well, there was this Irish scumbag who kept on holding us back for a few years. He's a long story in and of himself. But eventually we got him to what he wanted to do, which was to go to the south of France and unload the ashes. Like, there's politics. And oh my God, when my mother dies, the politics is gonna increase. Or the the Irish scumbag who I mentioned. When he dies, which my money is on, he'll die before my mother dies. Um, the politics is going to be so. I mean, I'm gonna well, at the very least, I'm hoping I don't fucking stream it because you motherfuckers in America have no idea how beautiful the idea of something like uh, transferring land from A to B can be. We're talking about hard hardcore feuds.
Why did Mother and Father work so hard to keep you from the Circle? Would it have been so
That's
bad?
my future.
I guess at first, I was just a little girl. They didn't want to lose me. And once I had learned anything, what would the
Here,
Templars
watch
do to
this.
an active apostate, not just a mage-blood child? It changed their lives, your life, Carver's, all because of who I am. Sometimes I wonder if it would have been so bad to be with my own kind, to serve the Chantry as Andraste demands.
Are you unhappy here?
I wish I could do more for Mother. Carver's death. It's killing her slowly every day. But maybe if we can reclaim some of what she lost, it will help. I'd do anything to get us back a normal life.
What do you think Carver would have made of all this?
He would have hated this place. All the sneering nobles. He'd have gotten himself arrested the first day.
and he would have wanted in on your deep roads expedition. Anything to make a name for himself. Sometimes I still can't believe he's gone.
I can, and I almost wish that Gage was still in the chat for that one, because he apparently always leans in on a Carver run, which to me is fucking alien, so yeah.
Can you imagine if we'd grown up here, been nobility?
Had grandparents who bought me Orlesian silk dresses and gave you the family broadsword. Father was a good man, but Mother gave up so much for him. Of course, if she hadn't worked up the nerve to elope, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist the Templars either. If we'd been born here, you'd been nothing more to me than a name the Circle kept in my file.
We are going to make this our home, Bethany. I
I
promise you.
really
So,
like
brother,
this.
I'm so very tired of running.
I like that they include this, whether you be Carver or Bethany. You know? It's just an inclusion, you know?
I found this when we were at the estate. I thought you should have it.
Is it? I think this is Mother's betrothal portrait from when she was supposed to marry the Comte. Look! You can see the ring.
Yeah.
You like it?
I love it. My whole life, Mother's always been so sad and worried. All because of my cursed magic. I always wished there was some way to take that burden off her. It's nice to have a reminder of a time when she still knew how to smile.
This home, ironically, there's stuff. Is this what an e-girl experience feels like? Like, they wake up in the morning and they're like, ah, God, I love being so loved by everyone. Let me check my DMs. No, no. It'd be stupid of me not to. What's this? Alright, let's try that. Inventory. Because I have no idea. This is not how old school shit works. Is it the was the two it's the two icons that justify an actual plot. Okay. So then whoa. Okay. The inside of my lower left kneecap. That's where it is right now.
Only younger and shorter, and not as serious.
So, it's a close resemblance then.
Well, he tells stories, and you tell stories. Although none of his begin, "No shit, there I was."
I'll have to give him some better stories then.
That's a Grendar response right there.
Sarah. You look like a man who'd be interested in the finest Antivan steel to grace his hand. I bring only the best northern merchandise to the free marches.
Actually, I'm more interested in your son.
Son? I have never had that privilege, Sarah. My poor wife, she's back in Antiva and cannot see me often with my travels.
That's the best you can do with a guard staring you in the face.
Let us not ruin the day with such weighty thoughts. Perhaps I could show you my silks.
Perhaps you could stop jerking me around and tell me where your son is.
The boy is a mage of elven blood. Do you wonder I fear for him?
Wait, that's it? That's his response. Oh, bullshit. I remember him having a much more. res- I don't know, respectable, but less shite. Alright. I'm all for with saving the game. It's just that I happen to feel like like that. So, I'm currently not okay with not in this chair, and I'm there. So, yes, the rest of it. So, but know that